Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Roxanne, it's me. Hello, the Chaucer. Hello, Cool Doge. Hello, Manifest Destiny's Child. And hello to all. Let's get this party started. So last time, we returned from a grand adventure through the wilds, landed in Al-Hazif, where we had the opportunity to use their taxidermist. And I suppose the world is our oyster. We can do whatever our heart says we want to do. Hello, El Lucho. So, we have some choices. We got some things we can do. First, let's make sure those dogs. Yeah, alright, we're alright. You decided to buy all them fortified emotes? Those are very fancy. That's very neat. That one with the pointy finger looks very cool. So, we could make another pass through the wilds. However, I think I would like to do two things now that we're down in the south. Three things? Three things. One is pick on this noble faction, because why not? They've got Zweihander helmets. They've got maybe some knights with some armor we might want. So that could be an opportunity to, you know, take some good combats. We can travel through the south and try to find the library. We really haven't explored the desert much at all. It'd be nice to know where it is. I think the library would be a good thing to do this particular run. It could also give us the opportunity to give Crackalack here perhaps the Gilder's Embrace. It's a pretty good shield, you know? So that might be a nice option for him. Especially because with the way his perks are set up right now, we're only gonna get 2 more. So we're gonna get Lone Wolf and Fort Mind, and that'll probably have to be it. To level set, are we going to be lucky to even see a 2-candle bro? Well, we have 1 2-candle bro. Who is it that has the 2nd candle? Yeah, Lord Jingo. Hey, Delta O. Nice. Wonderful. Glad to have you. So yeah, we're gonna have to get, you know, our bros converted. Really, the big problem with the candles at the moment is that we have all these bros that are ripe for conversion, but we don't have enough cultists on the squad to increase the chance of that happening. So, what I'm thinking is, we travel to the other southern cities, we look for the library and nomads to fight while we're wandering around. If we don't get 2 cultists to recruit, we're gonna head up here and try to recruit some more. We only have 2 more sacrifice events. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Last sacrifice was day 76. Realistically, although it's possible we could get 3, I mean, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible we could get 3, but it's unlikely. The name Delta Zero makes me think of Slurgy indexing chatter bros as they die. Yeah. There's a no, there's not a maximum. Also, hello, Psycho Ling. The stream has only been live for mere minutes. There's not a maximum number of sacrifice events, but the way I am doing this win streak series is I have a firm cutoff of day 150 for beating the Black Monolith, and then we move on to the next run. So, yeah. So yeah, let's wander through the desert. Boy, I've had this like very low level persistent cough for like months now. On a horse with no name. It's the only way to travel. Also, looks like this must be impassable terrain. That's fine. Let's see if there's some noble armies we can fight. Wow. They would let us pass by. Yeah, like now we already beat him up once. Around here was the location of our roughest battle in this particular run. We could head over to this large nomad camp. Might be able to beat them up. Yeah, famed knights are pretty rare. They do exist. But all right, let's go to this camp first. Then we'll head down here. Then we'll go to El Hazred. Al Hazred? Al Hazred. Oh, and I suppose I saw the undead footprints. Small misplay here. Not equipping the appropriate throwing weapons. It'll be okay. A kind of Europe-friendly stream? Yes. A little bit earlier, a little more, a little nicer of a time for the European audience, for sure. My normal stream time certainly is late in Europe. So glad to have ya. P8P67 Pro. Oh wait, you didn't give Vance Lightning a better weapon too. Boy. Pretty sloppy. Okay, left our tank a little bit pushed forward, specifically so that they would move forward more aggressively. Come on, you nerds. That's the spirit. Okay. Watching this series, you understand why Slug Zoo only plays Cultists with the more frequent event mod. So, for what it's worth, having done Cultists is one of my more played Origins. I feel like we got fewer events here than normal, actually. Squad looks semi-professional, unless Davkul calls we're replacing anyone. No, I don't think at this point we're probably going to be replacing anyone. Unless Davkul calls, of course. Alright, and Crackalack. Shoot, maybe I'll just do both abilities. All of your cultists dying took the wind out of your human leather sails. Yes. which is basically what the Davkul armor is. Ka-ka! Which we won't be getting this run, the Cultist armor. It is extremely involved, like obnoxiously so. So. You turned your normal run into a Cultist run, but accidentally converted all your bros. Nice. Davkul is pleased by this. Good boy. Releasing a dog in melee. Probably the best 3A attack, 3AP attack that we've got. It's the only one. One more round of combat and we should have all of these undead cleaned up. And there we go. We got some fancy coins, ornate tomes, you know, that sort of thing. Schrodinger, our first bro with veteran levels. We're gonna keep incrementally improving melee attack and melee defense on these bros. And as for what secondary we choose, you know, I don't know. Hard to say what's best, you know? Typical stuff that the undead like to collect, yes. They're always full of treasures and trinkets. Okay. Crackalack. We would like this to be a higher roll in hit points. That's okay. So let's grab Fort Mind now. We're definitely gonna need that. And we'll grab Lone Wolf last. So Master Maticus, let's see, we're gonna grab Pathfinder here. For sure. And then the final perk, could be a great many thing. Could just be Berserk. His melee skill's a smidge low. We could make it Backstabber, but it's probably pretty marginal difference between the two. All right, so let's go check out this Blazing Sun camp. And going here at night is probably just fine. And some Nomad Archers. And you know, the Nomad Executioner might have armor that we want to dagger down. All right, so something that's very lovely that I'm seeing already is that there's very little in the way of Sipars or shields, just 3. That's very good. Do I have any new famed items? Probably not since you last saw Crackalack, because I think you were still around near the end of last stream. This one basically just got started. Hello Eagledub, and hello Lord Jingo. Yeah, Battle Brothers is a nice game to watch, actually. I agree with that. Okay, so I'm gonna send Crackalack forward. I think, is that even true? I might not. Right now, this will be a kind of arrow target. I have 2 of those famed chest pieces. We've got this one on Ragged Edge 82. I think that's the only famed chest piece we've got equipped right now. We've got the Ejirok, Armor of the Ejirok. I suppose maybe you're thinking of that? Did we get a crisis yet? No, not yet. Yeah, there are many different like playstyles for Battle Brothers out there. In the wild, for sure. Let's get a caca going. Caca! Alright. And this Nomad Executioner, he's got the... This armor is okay. We'll probably just take him down the old-fashioned way. Got these silly nomads all attacking into our kite shield, as they do. Okay, here we're definitely using the handgun. That's why we pushed forward up there like that. I want to get as many of those delicious, fearsome procs as we can. Once we start getting enemies to wavering, it's only a matter of time until they're all fleeing. You know, I was gonna push the zoning bro forward, but now that I see this scimitar, maybe that's not the play. So I'm kind of tempted to do a shield push and then move forward and melee with this outlaw. Yeah, it didn't happen. And what is our hit chance? Okay. In the 80s and 90s. Oh. I always think to close that menu I press escape and then I like panic, like ah! Didn't mean to press that button. Yeah, Master Maticus, I'm kinda... I positioned him maybe in a not great way. Maybe I should move him to like... up here. Is the stream quality up today, or is it on your end? I think it's on your end. I don't think I've changed anything. Unless there was something sneaky behind the scenes on Twitch, which is possible. Okay. Bam! The handgun. Man, you got the glimpse of Davkul, Roxanne, it's me. Congrats. That must have taken you a very, very, very long time. Well, let's see. Crackle like I might do something else with him. Okay. Fearsome procs doing their work. Man, I find the super long campaigns interesting. Like, I know that is a way a lot of people play the game, but man, I feel like a super long campaign would get kind of fatiguing for me. But as long as you're having fun, it doesn't matter. Hey, Kill for God, yeah, early stream today. It's a Sunday. I've got the time. But I suppose, like, you know, length of campaign is partially a function of what do you want to get out of Battle Brothers. And, you know, there's no wrong answer to that, of course. And so, you know, for me, as soon as I hit a point where I don't feel like the fights are as difficult or things like that, it's only a matter of time until I would get kind of bored, basically. But if you're having fun, there's nothing wrong with a long campaign. You've not hit that dead end yet, you're still getting your ass handed to you? Yeah, there does, you know, it's not like just any build or things like that will work. You gotta, you know, have some strong bros, strong builds, things like that. You're still in the early save scumming phase while you learn proper tactics? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when I first got this game, don't do what I did. I'm gonna describe what I did. I played the hardest difficulty settings, Iron Man, from my very first campaign. Honestly, that's stupid. I spent so much time like not learning the game at all because I would die to just, like, you know, the first time I fought any new enemy, and then I'd have to start a campaign from scratch. I got kind of good at starting new campaigns, so there's that. But yeah, definitely not a way I'd recommend playing to others. That's for sure. You can make copies of Iron Man. Yeah, that's not Iron Man anymore, though. that's just you didn't want to press the checkbox to make it non-Iron Man, right? I'm not doing it to say I did it. I'm doing it to do it. You're not a fan of games that force Iron Man? See, I'm kind of the opposite in that if a game doesn't have good Iron Man gameplay, I become disinterested. Depending on the type of game, right? But, so to give an example, a concrete one. In my opinion, the current gameplay loop of Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 is not conducive to playing an Iron Man. They're just not. And so they're not as fun to me, especially compared to how Path of Exile 1 used to be when it was, you know, kind of in its infancy, where it was really good in Iron Man, like really good. And then they kind of accepted Alt F4 as a valid whatever way of playing the game. And there were so many one-shot mechanics. No matter what your defenses were, that just became unfun to me. Never realized that Iron Man equals hardcore. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of using them interchangeably here, but they're kind of the same thing, right? Close enough. Hardcore is just like the kind of ARPG word for the same idea. Yeah, no, I got you, Firemaster Bill. I think that for people that, oh my goodness, that want to play non-Iron Man in those types of games, that should certainly be an option. Okay, so we've got this, what is it called, leopard armor or whatever. These are usually really good forged pieces. And this is no exception. That is a beautiful shiny. Beautiful. Gorgeous, darling, gorgeous. Hell yeah. This is great. Yeah. All right, so 339 durability, 29 max fat. Great. Lord Jingo providing us the range. Nice. So we got a middle of the line version of this, you know, lamellar armor. But that's I'm happy with that. Yeah, middle line, especially like a heavy forged piece of armor. A mid-tier forged armor is always going to be incredible. And let's take a look at the shield. It's a good shield. Unfortunately, we have a shield that is almost identical to that. We have two shields that are almost identical to that, actually. We've got... How similar are these two? Oh my god. These are so similar. Wow. The only difference between the sturdy Great Shield and the unyielding Carapace is just their durability. Wow. Okay then. Is this team ready for goblins or what? I almost might just sell this famed safeguard. I don't think we need this for any reason anymore. I'm just gonna sell it. Well, I guess... I don't know, I guess when I fight goblins I can go in with 4 of these insane range defense shields. Sure. Okay. Not even for the -2 fat? Sometimes that's good. I mean, that's fair. There are builds, situations, things like that where that's good. Sometimes I'll make a perma shield wall, kind of defensive. Bro, I'm not doing that this run, so that has less value to me. Yeah. Put it on a spear bow without a fame shield. Yeah, but even that, like, the different types of shields have different defensive values, and mostly on the spear bros, for most fights, I'm just gonna go with the heater shields, ideally. We have so many shield bros this run. Why was that just their stats? No, I did it intentionally. We got good recruits to do so though, for sure. Okay, so we can equip this illustrious glistening Lamlar on someone. Let's replace this decayed coat of scales. We're going to try to replace these stinky armors with non-stinky armors. Have I seen the Reforged mod? What do I think of it? I have seen some of the gameplay. However, having not played it myself, I don't have any particular insight or commentary about it. Certainly I'll check it out eventually. WTF level 10 brawler in a cultist squad. Oh yeah, I mean, we have so many lowborn that we're still waiting on conversion events. So many. We'll get there eventually, I guess. Okay. Have they not deserted yet? We managed the company's mood quite heavily around the times when the sacrifice event could happen. So we were just really careful about it, basically. If you'd like to go back in the VODs of the YouTube, you can watch what I was doing around those times when the sacrifice event was looming, which in this case was obnoxiously long because we had to wait a really long time for both sacrifice events. They happened on day 42 and 76. Okay, so the zoning bro. Let's get his final perk. It might just be Fort Mind here. Could also grab Adrenaline, which would be interesting. Could grab something like Underdog, potentially. I'm just thinking of the fact that he's got rotation to sort of save a bro, because he's got this big old pile of hit points and pretty good melee defense, right? At 26. That's not bad. So it's probably, and I think his melee skill at 90 is good enough. We don't need to do anything there. Adrenaline with Mansplitter is a classic. Yeah, I think the thing about Adrenaline, though, is that with the way this squad plays out with the Spear Bros, it's hard to get as much value out of Adrenaline, mostly just against goblins, which is still, like, relevant and good, for sure. So, Adrenaline for anti-goblin is not bad. He's got high enough melee skill that, like, reach advantage is kind of an option. I don't think I'm going to pick it, though. Taunt, you say? I mean, it's not... I don't think Taunt is terrible here, actually. It's kind of interesting. Reach advantage is just a worse underdog. Yeah, I soft agree, yeah. It's like conditional underdog, which... Why add a condition? Yeah, they do stack. Yeah, they do work together. Slurgy finally says maybe to taunt. You're gonna write that down. I mean, we had we've picked taunt in this Winstreak series before. This is not a tauntless series, and it's now no longer a footworkless series as well. Yeah, I think I might just grab Fort Mind here, though. It's simple, it's easy, it's good. It's like a ton of resolve. And so since this bro is going to you know, potentially use rotation to bail out brothers who are in danger, we want to make sure as much as possible that this bro is confident and doesn't waver. So that seems pretty important to me. Yeah, picking taunt when you already see the Brigfoot armor sounds like a questionable decision. Yeah, taunt is super useful for the Ijirok fight, but it's not too bad of a fight anyway if you've got decently leveled squad. The run where we picked taunt like a couple runs ago, though, okay. Well. Look at this. The Holy War. Yeah, taunt was super useful. We had a lot of good use for it. Who's the rally/bannerman? The rally/bannerman is Choppy Cat, who's we were originally going to make kind of a range defense banner, but he picked up this broken knee a little early on. We hadn't yet taken anticipation, thankfully, so we've kind of turned him into a utility banner. He is currently sitting out. I guess he can be cycled in now. May as well be. You swear we've had the Holy War nearly every run so far? It's been a lot of them, yeah. It does feel disproportionately represented, that's for sure. Okay, so. Drive off nomads, blah, blah, blah. I might do this contract, and the reason is there is a fighting spear here, and we would like this fighting spear because Vance Lightning doesn't have one yet, and that's a shame. We need to get him one. We also need to get him a Warhammer, but first things first, we'll get him the fighting spear. After we complete the contract to drive off nomads, we will get rid of that settlement condition for ambush trade routes and then be able to buy it for cheaper. Who are we siding with in the war for the Holy Land? And there's also a sword lance there. I might buy the sword lance, actually. I probably will. No cultist for sale. But yeah, as far as who we're siding with, I don't know. Hadn't given it much thought. The tricky thing about siding with the North after I've already made an enemy literally in this location is that, like, I'll have to fight Southern armies and this faction in some potentially really tenuous fights. So even though I do want to show the Holy War from the perspective of the North, because I actually think the fights are pretty fun, and fighting Southern armies is, you know, kind of a fun thing, I've kind of already made it so that I'm not able to, so I'll probably side with the South, but we don't actually have to pick sides for a little while anyway. So, let's see what's in the arena. Hyenas, pretty easy. Yeah, so let's go into this with Ragged Edge 82, Schrodinger, and Choppy Cat. We'll take off the hammers, no need for the extra fatigue to be there. And this, I think we can just go ahead and do. You don't like the arena implementation at all? Soji's really changed versus taunt than its sword lance? What do you mean? I've never been anti-sword lance. Big Sword Lance has sponsored me after all. You don't like, how does one go about improving relations with a faction that doesn't like you? You literally just have to wait. You can't do missions for them, you can't do anything. The only way of improving relations once you're already like fully hostile is just to wait. So. Oh yeah, the arena scaling is a bit screwed up. That's fair. Yeah, they're a retinue that can help improve relations, that's true. Yeah, the nacho fights in the arena are, unfortunately, a Slurgy classic. I wish they weren't. But they are. Any doggos in the arena? No, the same slot where you put the arena ban replaces the dog slot, so can't have doggos in the arena. Yeah. Okay. It'll be nice if we can get to 5 fights in the arena for our bros that would benefit. We'll see if we can get there. You had to change because Imager hates you? yeah, that's the... Oh, to tenor, wow. Yeah, there's always a well in Legends. It's true. Okay, so let's sell stuff. Let's hang on to this cleaver. Who knows? We may end up making use of it. This bro that's a fatigue neutral with mace mastery, I think we'll give him a pole mace. I think that makes sense. Being able to, after being stammed out, still move and attack with a mace at range is quite good. So we don't want to lock out the ability to do that. And then do I want to move this pike over to anyone? Probably not. And actually I had a random thought, by the way. So on these forged damage bros that are misfit children, we've got 2 of them. Zenithop 4 and Kill for God. Because our spear bros are secondarily using warhammers, and warhammers are exceptional at completely destroying enemy armor, especially when paired with a shield. These forged damage bros, why not give them sword lances? The main problem with the sword lance is the poor damage that it does when using the Reap ability, which takes away some of the damage ignores armor away from it. But when the enemy's armor is already fully stripped, being able to Reap and hit multiple is actually quite good. Why, especially when paired with a shield? Because then they don't have Duelist. That's what I mean. So the hammer's really good at destroying armor specifically and not, you know, getting much through. So, we taking Recover on these bros too? No, we're definitely not doing that. So what I'll probably do is the last 3 perks will be Berserk, Frenzy, and Polearm Mastery. Definitely, I don't know. We kind of already have the frontliners that do the same thing like as a fatigue neutral in these bros, that are nimble. We kind of just have like a roles reverse sort of thing. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, that's fair. I think it plays to the company's strategy well, even if it's, I would say honestly overall, a bad build that I wouldn't recommend. So, this build is very unholy, but you kind of like it. All that matters in the end is that we please Davkul. If Davkul is pleased, then I am pleased. Slow and more effort than it's worth? Maybe. You might be right. I think it'll provide some value though. I really do. It does actually do the thing on like genuinely bad builds. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. I think especially with the spear sort of builds, it's also kind of nice for the sort of reach attacks that I'm able to do against a lot of living enemies as well. Okay, do I want to use these armor attachments on anything? I got this coat of plates. Let's slap some nipple clamps on it. It's what they look like. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. If they were just a little bit lower. I can't unsee it. This attachment, it always just looks like nipple clamps. Or like clothespins. I don't know. They're weird. It's a weird attachment. And now I made it weirder. I guess technically I could do this on the padded leather. That's terrible, but whatever. Most of the attachments are kind of nonsense. Yeah, definitely. Definitely true. All right, and I think I am going to heal these injuries so that we can get the surgeon retinue unlocked. So let's go ahead and do this contract. And again, the reason we're doing it is just so we can buy a couple things from their weaponsmith for cheaper. Aha! We attack now. Who are you kidding? Attachments on bad armors is on your bingo card? Nice. Hell yeah. And I should reposition. Shoot. So, bit of a misplay in how the company was configured. I should have put Xerxes, from the enemy's perspective, a half-ranged bro, standing where Kill for God is, so that they would concentrate fire in the center. But that's okay. So I think I'm just gonna push forward 2 hexes and get some spear walls rolling. I think they will move forward. And so let's make them run into the spears. So we'll just advance nice and slowly behind our kind of AP abilities there. And we're gonna stay, whoops, I just said I was gonna rearrange this and then I didn't. Well, I guess I could put, well, no, there's a way. Dangly metal bits to cut yourself. Yeah, the dangly metal bits. Those are so funny. They kind of look like military dog tags, just like in random places. Also, Twitch Automod did not like nipple clamps, so I had to manually approve that. Hopefully I don't regret that. Okay. I'm gonna pause on Xerxes for just a moment. Alright, so now we are fully covering their exit here. And so let's get melee contact by moving Crackalack to this location. So I'm gonna reload, and should I just attack or move forward? Let's just attack. Alright, I'm gonna position Choppy Cat here so that he's behind a kite shield. Okay. Okay, so let's move Ixax up. Nexator could be pretty happily in range of this scimitar with his big chunk and forged armor. Maybe the metal bits to cut yourself should do thorns damage. Oh man, like the Emperor's armor. Random question, if you get a killer on the run and you convert him, does that brother lose the bonus head hit chance? Yes. Yes, they would. Similarly, if you have a bro like a witch hunter, and you give them brain damage so that you can convert them, they will also lose their kind of bonus against fear effects or whatever the thing's actually called. Yeah, Juggler 2. Yep, that's another good example of a background that would affect. Okay, so we don't have a great shot. I mean, I can shoot 3. I mean, I can shoot 4, I guess. But we don't need to shoot any Crackalack for no reason. Just blast right there. Could throw a fire pot just for fun. That was fun. I liked it. I had fun. The woodcutter's axe did like nothing to this armor. Skipping latrine duty? Can't have that. Alright. Sorry, Crackalack. Good, he blocked it anyway. Oh my god, why would I do that without even looking or doing the math? That's so stupid. I feel really dumb. I put the dog down thinking I could attack afterwards. I couldn't. Can you fearsome your own men if you hit from ranged? I'm pretty sure, yeah. Pretty sure you can. Okay. That outlaw just killed his ally. You love to see it. And we did lose Grey Fang there, who I should not have put down. There was no need to lose that dog. That was just a sad misplay. The dog didn't deserve it. Randomly sending dogs to meet Davkul. Oh, no. So, of course, when a human dies, it's just the infinite nothing, the warm embrace of Davkul. Dogs, all dogs go to heaven. So, they've got nothing to fear. Or Davkul, I like that too. You spotted the blue skip turn button? Indeed. Our tank has the button. Blue skip turn button spotted correctly. And an indom ability. Yeah, we have a... I'm not even going to call him a normal tank, because he's a nimble tank, but we have a normal nimble tank that we are rocking this run. You can also find them early in the Winstreak series, when I was doing probably more traditional builds before I wanted to, I don't know, demonstrate some other alternatives. Before I got too crazy in the kitchen, so to speak. This tank doesn't have fearsome. Yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about fearsome tank. And if you're thinking about asking questions, we don't ask questions about it either. We just accept that it happened and we move on. That's right, Raiders Big Sword Lance. You can use my promo code Davkul28 in the description. That's right, that's my promo code Davkul28 for 2 months off your first subscription or whatever. That was just word soup, as intended. All right, and now we return to All Has Red. Hella bussin'. What a world we live in. You missed the throw tank. That was a fun build. That was a very fun build. Yeah. Throw tank was great. Okay. So, let's go ahead and sell off these things so we make room. That's right, 50% off your first month of Sword Lance. Speaking of Sword Lances, here we are in this weaponsmith. I'm gonna get a fighting spear and a Sword Lance. Love it. All right, so the fighting spear is gonna go to Vance Lightning, who, up until this point, has not yet been fighting with a proper spear. You order $50 or more and you'll get a free fearsome tank. Davkul 70 for 70% of this dumb Hedge Knight's daily wage. Love it. Even better would be the Wild Man, since there's an event where you can just not pay them, which I find awesome. Irresponsible spending is on your bingo card. It's a good one to have on there. Shirtless and fearsome, hell yeah. Okay, so if I'm gonna do this stupid build, and I am, then we're gonna need a ton of fatigue. I would kind of like more hit points. Screw it. It's happening. And then we'll get Zerk Frenzy. They'll be able to destroy the things whose armor has been stripped off by others. One off a perfect level up. Yeah, these bros are pretty cracked. We're really hoping that we can get to, you know, more candles on some bros. We'll see. We'll see what we can end up with. Probably should hang on to some backup boar spears, just in case anything gets destroyed. And let's just buy a little bit of rice. Okay, and let's make, oh actually, before I go to Hikmah, let's buy some fun potions. Certainly might be opportunities to make use of those. Let's have them. For the people asking why Gifted is the best perk, it takes your level 11 bro and turns it into a level 14 bro. Even better. It turns him into a level 14 bro with one bonus point. It's even better than a level 14 bro. Ugh. We don't need to do dogfighting. We want bros converted. Speaking of dogfighting. Here we go. Directions unclear, taking Gifted at level 11. You know, honestly, that's just fine. Oh my goodness. Not the best named handgun, but it is a named handgun. What a disappointment. I don't know, the additional 9% chance to hit is pretty legit. Have you heard about my friend Biggest? God, I love that. I love that skit. The Monty Python skit for Biggest Dickus. It's very good. Yeah, I was gonna say, this isn't that bad. I wouldn't call this a disappointment. The max fat roll, being the other one, is disappointing. Is money an object for us right now? Not really. Yeah, what's so funny? God, that skits, if you've not seen it, search Monty Python Biggest Dickus, and it's very good. So, it's not the most exciting shiny, but it's a kind of nice shiny. Probably gonna buy it. Hey, and we got a Cultist. I think it's too late day number wise. But this is like a cracked tank. I'm not gonna level him up because it's not necessary, but damn. Determined is such an incredible trait for a tank. And the fact that he starts with 4 melee defense and 3 talent stars and resolve, a little light on hit points and resolve, or hit points and fatigue, but anyway, he's just gonna hang on to those good stats on the bench. But did this guy min-max himself at birth? I think so. And I also bought one of these little leather neck guard attachments. There's no fatigue penalty, so we'll just toss it on a nimble armor piece. And I think I am gonna buy this this firearm. The only thing it offers is just the extra hit chance and a little bit lighter max fatigue. That second part really doesn't matter to us much at all. But like, the hit chance really does. It's like backstabber for a gunner, yeah. Especially since this bro only has like okay ranged skill. Whatever, we'll buy it. Why not? We could give him a second gun for some double gunning. Is there a handgun weapon mastery perk? Yeah, they added it into or combined it with the crossbow mastery. So yeah, there is. What's the point of double gunning? So the idea of a double gunner is on the first turn, you just swap weapons and load the second handgun. And so as soon as combat actually starts, you're able to shoot the handgun twice in one turn. So it's a way of using AP on the first round of combat when enemies are going to run at you, like against, say, orcs. So I don't know. It's nice. We'll go ahead and do it. This brother has an absolute mountain of fatigue, so we may as well. How do you build your gunners? There are several different handgun builds that I've used. There's no one single way. This is a pretty common looking one here. Only I think the final perk would probably be Niner Colossus, but on this brother I'm not going to, because he doesn't need it. Generally speaking, I will alter my perk selection depending on the bro, and I'm not rigid at all when it comes to builds. Level 11 gifted time? Hey, I mean, even that would be fine. On this bro, I've got just so much fatigue though, I'm probably gonna go berserk. Yeah, a thrower build with a gun for AoE damage. And in fact, you can just build a thrower, not take crossbow and firearm mastery, and have that bro start with a handgun equipped, especially if they take bags and belts. So, for example, another thing I could do with this handgun is put it on Ixax. Of course, I wouldn't really do that until he has bags and belts. And he might not take bags and belts. But you can start with the gun equipped, and you'll get one shot, and that's all you need. Because that initial AoE blast before enemies spread out is pretty powerful. No 9 lives because he doesn't need it has never backfired? Okay, too soon. Too soon. It's never backfired. I've never seen it backfire. I am so happy to see the Church of 9 Lives so well represented here. Alright, we're gonna buy more potions. Screw it. There will be opportunities to use them. Did you miss someone dying due to not needing 9 lives? Yeah, that happened last stream, kind of near the end. I fought an orc camp, and a bro bled to death. Like the ultimate 9 lives saving situation. Very sad. Okay. So we could search through the desert on a horse with no name, looking for the library. I think that's a good idea. Everyone on the obituary who died without 9 needed 9? Exactly. The Church of Taunt and Brawny sitting in the corner planning on how to kill the Church of Gifted and Pathfinder. Probably shouldn't have even bothered chasing this group, but I wanted to take this new handgun for a spin. Come at me, you nerds. There we go. Hello, Lukey Dookie 09. Welcome, welcome. These poor nomads. Poor nomads indeed. Just beating them up for no reason. Beating up on a bunch of nerds for their lunch money. Sergi, do you know anything about battle bows needing to restart every couple of hours for the game to work properly for all the events triggering and stuff like this? Is it really that important? Oh, yeah, there's ways of forcing the event manager to do, for example, I don't do this because one, it's way not important, but two, it is borderline abusing a bug. But for example, if you get to 2,000 crowns because of an ambition to get the banner, and the achievement, or not achievement, the ambition completion doesn't show up right when you get 2,000, you can save and quit, exit the game, start the game again. Maybe you only have to reload, I'm actually not sure. But you'll get the ambition thing to process like right away. Not only is it not important, I'd say it's borderline, like, I don't know. It's not important. Okay, you only need to reload the save? Sure. Okay, so let's position the team properly so that they attack this kite shield. And what I might also do, let's see. We got Crackalack rolling this kite shield as well. This works for all contracts with a to the direction of you, like find location or barbarian king. Oh sure, and it'll give you like a hint or whatever. Yeah, I mean I consider that kind of an exploit, to be honest. Totally not necessary, not even close to necessary, in fact. Slurgy really wants to say cheating but doesn't call people cheaters. It's a no, I mean, you're not, if you're not playing against someone else in a game, is it cheating? Like you're cheating yourself? I don't know. I don't really want to say cheaters. Yeah, I mean, if you're just naturally saving and quitting and restarting the game, that's totally fine. Yeah, it's a philosophical question. Yeah. Okay, so this Blade Dancer has a hat that is technically a best in slot hat at 0 fatigue penalty, right? Or am I thinking of, is that true? I think not. I'm thinking of the... Yeah, no, it's not. This is the Blade Dancer's head wrap at -1. I think it probably is best in slot for -1, but that doesn't matter. Because Captain Zoo says it's kind of important because the game is on a somewhat older engine. The game's spaghetti of code starts to work weird after time, so this is important for the game to work properly in the sense of exploiting. Well, I disagree with him. That's fine. It's not necessary for the game to work properly. Is 40 best for a 0 fatigue hat? No, you can get a 45 from the Desert Stalker. Okay, where should I move Crackalack? Probably just still here. It's probably true. I don't think I need to use any abilities. Yeah, Green Killer, I wouldn't worry about it. I think there's... I don't know. Yeah, you don't need to worry about it. If you're doing 7+ hour marathons and a single save of Battle Brothers without pausing, I'd worry about that instead. I've had a few pretty long streams, so. But I'm a degenerate. It's different. It's different. Since had a 17-hour Battle Brothers stream last night. Holy buckets. That's something. Manifest Destiny's Child sharing illicit links. Battle Brothers streams are very different to just playing it alone. That's true. Or so I tell myself. I really thought they would run forward after getting... Let's see, is the handgun still loaded? It is. Lone Wolf only lowborn at no loss, no dismiss. Yeah, he was in here yesterday, the day before, kind of asking for some general thoughts on if I would still use Spear Bros under those conditions. I assumed he was probably starting a run. The kind of reality is that I guess I don't even know, because I don't have much experience with no loss type runs at all. So, even worse, Green Killer 001. It means you have a useless roster of 11 shitty bros. He got today 120 but lost a bro today. Oh, damn. He does 20 loss minimum challenge runs. True. Accurate. Davkul approves. Yes. You must lose at least half your squad in a single fight once a run challenge. You know the funny thing about that is that one of the reasons I set 150 days as like the sort of arbitrary time limit that I set on myself was I thought it was the perfect point where you could always reliably beat Monolith and have a squad that could do it, but not if you had like a dramatic team wipe, like midway through the campaign. I sort of demonstrated that to not be true. So, when will you sacrifice your best spear bros in the arena? We are overdue for that. Okay, there comes the Blade Dancer. You haven't even relied on spamming flash pots? No. Not really, anyway. I still bring consumables into mono and stuff like that, but... Let's see, do I fire right now? Xerxes might wait. Got like a pretty decent shot up there. Maybe I should. The top side kind of needs help, actually. Next time you see Nachos in the arena, you should just send in 3 sacrifices naked. Just to please Davkul. Davkul chose us because of our track record. Kind of rude. Davkul is a meanie. Alright, I might send Choppy Cat up here to throw a net on this Blade Dancer. So, kind of anticipating the way future rounds here could go. Let's get him up there. We've done good work on, you know, thinning down the numbers, but there's still a lot of enemies here. Mostly archers shooting into kite shields. So. If the sacrifice event won't proc, we can at least cook our own. That's one way of doing it. Okay, so I could shoot here. Seems pretty decent. Can confirm was decent. Would you mind explaining ranged AI manipulation? Yeah, it's actually fairly simple. I should say, at baseline it's fairly simple. In execution it can be kind of difficult. The big picture idea is that enemy archers weirdly very highly prioritize scatter bonus. There's a number of other factors that will go into their decision, whether they think they can finish off an enemy or one of your guys, whether there is a true or half ranged bro as a target. In this case, this bro would be considered half. Don't even worry about the details. And if the bro has the Rally the Troops perk, that's also a multiplier. Anyway, in this case, because there were no other groups of 3 all in one clump where one of them was ranged, I knew pretty reliably that they would attack within that clump and right into the kite shields that I set up ahead of time. That's basically the idea. And so when people on Reddit say that ranged defense is a pointless stat, they're wrong. Because they'll say things like, the AI will just simply choose a target based on their range defense. And I have no idea how that particular piece of misinformation got spread, but I hear it, or I see it on Reddit constantly. And it's just not true. Reddit Shade stamps bingo card. Man, you're gonna be very close to a bingo here soon. One must imagine. Wow, do I even attack here? I guess. Yeah, how many rows are you playing for exactly? Manifest Destiny's Child, I'm sure, has had a bingo already, I would think. Hey, you're welcome, Dat Boy. 5% chance to hit, yeah. I mean, Lord Jingo doesn't have the highest melee skill, but these are two super high melee defense, and he was overwhelmed 2 times. Okay, so I could throw a net on this Blade Dancer, but I'm kind of thinking about throwing a net on the Nomad Leader instead because I can attack him with more bros. You're somehow nowhere near bingo? Seems impossible. Alright. We got the leader fleeing, that's good. I suppose we should run Crackalack. I mean, I guess I could get him to chase archers. But I kind of feel like going this way might be better. Make sure these flanking nomads don't get a chance to do anything. I suppose they'll get to go first and get in melee range, but... They're constantly disarming my thrower. This annoys me. I can still use the fire lance. Let's do it. Castlebriggy is relieving his payroll. They did a very good job of that. That's for sure. Might save the other net for now. Okay, there's the 9 proc. We're gonna wait on Kill for God so that Crackalack can... Crackalack doesn't have Pathfinder. Right. Okay. Your judgment of that fight before it even began was you should retreat? Yeah. And that would be correct judgment. My problem with that is that I can't remember exactly my thought process or even what I said, but what I think I remember thinking was that it wasn't a good idea, but I could at least enter the fight, look at the enemies, and then say, all right, I can assess now for sure whether or not I should fight it, just purely based on the numbers. I remember thinking that, and I often think that. And then as soon as I enter combat, I get bloodlust. Because looking at that battlefield, arming swords, really good hats, and I mean arming swords and really good hats. I mean that was the big thing that differentiated that enemy team from a normal noble army. And once I had that, you know, as my foe, I should have been like, this is not a fight I should take. But I didn't. I tried to fight it out anyway. Banner may be in a tiny amount of trouble. Yeah. Maybe a little. I think he'll be okay as long as we've got enough nets over there. I think we're okay. If we didn't, he certainly would be. Yeah, farming swords. Farming swords is accurate for what happened. Don't you run from me? No. I can't believe some of these nerds are going to get out. This is terrible. In the words of Falco from the original Star Fox, this is horrible. Not the original Star Fox. Star Fox 64. The original Star Fox, I guess, was the one for Super Nintendo? Is that true? Okay, rude. It was the Super Effects demonstration game. Yeah, they had the Super Effects chip, that's right. That's one of your favorite games ever? Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. So rich you don't even care about the Nomad Leader? Oh, yeah. No, we don't. We don't care about the Nomad Leader. Okay. I mean, we wanted to kill the Nomad Leader. Yeah. It's an extra processor attached to the cartridge. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that being a thing, which is kind of crazy to think of, but... You remember you couldn't believe your eyes? It looked so good. Yeah. Yeah, the original Star Fox, that was... Well, the unit response were like, bladum, and bip, 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 bip. And I suppose there would have been another one. I don't remember what it sounded like, though. So it must have been Peppy that was bip, 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 bip. Falco was bladum. And then Slippy would have been... Something. I don't remember what it sounded like. Hey, Nixator. Ah, yeah, pretty late for you. It's going well. It's going well. You're still alive. You've got a big smiling mug on your built into your helmet. Armor the Ijirok with bone plating. A big old bonking stick. Stats for days. Easily the chadliest bro on the squad, so. What were the other games, Bardish Bag? I'm curious. You look sexy in those items, you feel so proud? You should. You should feel proud. All right, and there's the library. Okay, so Sunken Library. Dirt Racer and Vortex. I don't even know if I know what those are. So, do we even have suitable like alternatives for throwing on the squad other than our two? No. Library time? Probably not this exact moment. We sell at towns to make room for loot. Yeah, we've got, this is a big problem. Xerxes is having a cut arm. This will be a really important bro. Because we need bros that can throw to be able to, you know, take out the pots as when they get raised up in the air. Yeah, we still have tons of time left. So yeah, we can't do it right now. I mean, it would just be stupid to do it right now. We're also like, even though the team is definitely like incredible, you know, we've got like a few we have many like level 8 bros and things like that. We're definitely capable, but there's no point, in subjecting ourselves to that kind of risk. We can come back for it in like, I don't know, the next time we sweep through. 15 or 20 days, something like that. We'll make like another circle around the map, something like that, and we can return. So, yeah. You think it's quite telling no one remembers those games? Yeah. Try it on with a skull-faced helmet. Looks pretty good. One of the last lots has to go to a reader. No, actually the cultists can read the black book once they hit level 9, which is actually quite good. The cultist body armor? What, like this? That's pretty good. And so the nice thing about a cultist who reads the black book is that the mad trait that they get makes them immune to mind control effects, like, for example, hex, or things like that. So, 2 taste drinks or a shiny shield. Yeah, you get either 2 jugs that you can give to assign 2 bonus perk points, or a really good shield called the Gilder's Embrace. You can look it up. It dazes enemies. Or the other is like, what is it, 50,000 crowns? It's a huge amount of money, which honestly is kind of good. So, okay. We don't need to keep exploring through the desert right now, I don't think. Let's get another cultist to improve the score as far as conversion events are concerned, because again, we've got all of these bros that we need to convert. They need to see Davkul. Yeah, for 50k you could get 2 or 3 epic fames from the shop. Yeah, exactly. Like 50k is a lot. Caca! Alright. Not a bad little group of briggies. I think we'll just run straight forward. For 50k you could get 1.5 sets of forged gear. Forged gear is so expensive, but hey, that doesn't sound that bad to me, you know? Forged gear is pretty sweet. Who doesn't want famed forged gear, you know? Okay. So let's run up and get there to be some melee contact. Ragged Edge 82 will go up here and just give this guy a little poke with the spear. And that should be all we need to get these nerds out of their little hidey holes. Yeah, the professional briggy gear, that's the good stuff. Is it just you or are T3 quests sometimes harder than max power camps? You've seen absurd battles for a late game T3 quest, but it's so inconsistent. I mean, they can be strong, yeah. They certainly can be. But yeah, it is sad that Hedge Knights, I don't know, they could be stronger. I agree. Use some defensive briggies here. Bonk. You know, it's too bad that they didn't make it possible for nomads to occasionally have gladiators in their armies. I feel like that would be cool. Kind of a nod to, you know, professional gladiators that would find themselves working, you know, kind of as mercenaries for highest bidder type situations that happened to IRL. I think that'd be cool. Since all they know is battle, looking for coin. I don't know. I think it's too bad. IRL lore. Yeah, I don't know how common that actually was, or maybe that's mostly a thing of like TV and movies, I guess. Maybe I don't really know what I'm talking about, but it would make sense for that to be the case. I can't imagine it wasn't. But I guess I don't know. Gute Nacht, liebe Schlachtenbrüder. Brüder. I think that means good night. Gute Nacht. Fellow battle brother. Oh, nice. Oh, Bruder is probably brother. Okay, got it. How do you read German so well? Alright, is he messing with me? He's gotta be messing with me. Schlacht is also another word for battle / engagement / fight. He's messing with you a little bit? Okay, good. I was gonna say, I would sure hope so. I have a very, 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 very vague knowledge of German pronunciation just from like singing. Just like from being in a college choir. That's it. Your English is pretty good too, huh? Sometimes. I've got, you know, there are times when it lapses. Need to listen to more Rammstein. I only know the one song that everybody knows. Alright, Zenithot 4, we're gonna do the unspeakable. Avert your eyes. He's gonna be following in the footsteps of his other forged brother. Starved for stats, but we're making it work. Auto loot is off? Yeah. Auto loot is off intentionally for now. I think I will turn it back on at the end of this run. And the reason it's off is if I get a sacrifice event, I want to make sure that we don't lose equipment that's attached to those bros. So if I don't have a spot in the inventory for that gear to go, I assume it must just disappear. So if I have a totally full inventory and we get the sacrifice event, then I could lose that gear, and I want to avoid that happening. I guess I could turn on auto loot for now until, you know, the option for a sacrifice event comes, but I don't want to risk it. Like I'm scared that I'll forget. And honestly, having it off is fine. In any given fight, I'm going to be leaving behind stuff that's so low value that I don't really care that much. Do I think this challenge would be significantly harder if I committed to clearing all the legendary locations? I imagine for the 12 bro origins it would force some specific combinations. But for like new company? Yeah, I think the tricky thing about doing all legendary locations is there's a handful of them, like for example Witch Hut, with really stupidly restrictive spawning rules that make it very hard to find. And Monolith is one that you can always reliably find, basically, because of how, I guess it's also restrictive, but restrictive in a different way. Like Witch Hut is in forests and it's really hard to find. So I would have to play on like a scouted seed or playing with a mod that reveals legendary locations or something like that. And I don't want to do that because the whole point of this Winstreak series was playing in a true like Iron Man roguelike, respond to what the game gives you type of mindset. So finding them in 150 days is potentially a pain, yeah. When could the next sacrifice occur? So the next sacrifice could occur 21 days after day 76. would be the first time it could possibly happen. So day 97 is when it is first possible. I suppose I can get rid of this question mark. Yeah, also Bloxer's got a really good point. The Kraken fetch quest stuff is a lot when you don't know where the locations are. What I actually think would be more interesting to do would be to keep the same constraints that this that these runs have, and just decreasing the day count even somewhat dramatically. And for certain origins, it still would be pretty attainable. Or achievable, I don't know what word I want there, but you know, certainly you can, 150 days is pretty, it's not a tight timeline. Brenly does all legendary locations and usually ends by day 300 or 400. Yeah. It takes a while. Yeah, I think it would be, for me, I think it would be a more interesting challenge to just make it where I have to do still just Black Monolith, but maybe change the timeline to something a lot less, and play under the same constraints. The problem with that is I feel like I'd be really a lot more limited in some of the stuff that does make the game fun. Like, I would start accumulating consumables from the south really early on. I would build weirdly specific anti-monolith builds, and I wouldn't get to build as many of my beloved spear bros. Things like that. You do full legendary location runs and usually end them around day 180-ish. Yeah, which is a pretty good timeline. But that sounds about right to me too. Your octopus boyfriend. You hate that the Kraken fetch quest doesn't let you pre-stock? Yeah, me too. It feels unnecessary that it makes you do that, doesn't it? Yeah, managing experience potions and training. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that I don't exactly want to do. The large issue with time limits and such challenges is that it degenerates really quickly. At some point you'd have to start employing vacuuming the floor, so to speak, instead of playing the game. Yeah, there's a lot of like little mini micro optimizations you can do that are kind of tedious. So there's a lot of like super easy fights that you would have to do if you set your time constraint really low. Nobody wants suffering battle brothers. I'm sure there's people who are into that. But yeah, I agree. It's Battle Brothers, not Suffering Brothers. That's a different game. Most Battle Brothers streams you've seen are Suffer Brothers. Yeah, your octopus boyfriend, I agree 100%. I want to be able to experiment with like fun builds, things like that. 85% optimized is just fine. Also, I mean, you know, one of the things, again, and I think I've said this before, but I don't think I've said it this stream. But in this Winstreak series, one of the things I wanted to demonstrate was that there are a variety of different builds and approaches that you can employ in this game that can still achieve success. And so, you know, you don't have to worry so much about like the little tiny details of matching the meta or perfect bros or things like that and still do all the game's content. You really don't. You can do everything in the game with, maybe, I wouldn't call them bad builds, but builds that generally are not considered good, but as long as you do them as part of a cohesive overall strategy, they'll be just fine. There's something you've seen only in my stream? What is that? What is something, is it spears? No one else really plays with spears. I think that they're missing out. That's not giving up after 1 or 2 bad wipes and still rebuilding and win within the time limit. Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah, I don't know. Chain restarting doesn't... That sounds like misery to me. I'm not into it. But also, I mean, I think about like the number of Slay the Spire runs I've had where I was, maybe I had my own little personal win streak on the line, which is much less than, you know, people like Zeknar or Baylor Lord or Jorbs or whoever. But, you know, my own PB would be on the line and I would be doing a run and I'd get down to 1 hit point in a terrible situation, and I would just sit and think and calculate and try to recover, and I've had those still win. And so that same mindset kind of applied to Battle Brothers to me is a lot of fun. Yes, Slurgy keeps going even if there's no one left. Accurate. I'm pretty dead set on completing this challenge that I set out for myself. Quite dead set on it, in fact. If anything, the streaming was a secondary happy accident. I didn't plan on streaming to, like, a reasonable sized audience when I first set out to do this. Reasonable by, like, I don't know, whatever. Compared to a streamer that came out of nowhere and put relatively minimal effort in. I just wanted to document this thing that I wanted to do. And accidentally, the people who came to watch are just lovely. Y'all are just lovely people, you know? Spoon collection is growing. Brothers are eating soup tonight. Yes. There'll be some good soup that they can make out of goat cheese and rice. Actually, goat cheese, rice, dried fruit. That sounds pretty nice, actually. Not soup, but certainly good. He thinks we're not the biggest bone viewers. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Everything's relative, right? But it's a lovely group of folks that watch. So Minnesota wild rice soup. Oh hell yeah, hell yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're talking apples and fruits. All right, we got a veteran level here on Ragged Edge 82. I think the one weak spot for him is hit points, so we'll go ahead and pump that up. Forgotten famed taxes. Ooh. What have we here? The third Wormfest company. Unfortunately, there's nothing here that I want out of this fight, other than just the fact that it's fun to fight noble armies. There's no Zweihanders, there's no knights, but there's, you know, they're still looting them bones. Seriously, you may sack me to Davkul. It is an honor to meet Davkul. Let the record state. Are noble swords ever worth using over maces or spears? Whoa, 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 hold on, Piglord Pro. I disagree wholeheartedly. Riposte is a meme. Riposte builds are questionable at best, at least under normal circumstances. But noble spears or noble swords are great. I think a noble sword duelist is a good brother. I also think that a thrower who uses a noble sword as their sidearm, especially if their melee attack isn't super high, is often their best choice. Yeah, noble swords are great. Yeah, noble swords are great. Time for you to one-shot the sergeant as he doesn't wear a safety helmet. Unfortunately, he does still have nimble. So, and he's got pretty good melee defense. So even with the three-headed flail, it won't do as good a damage as I wish it did. Actually, I think he might also have steel brow. I think they have steel brow. I'm not sure. Okay, so Lord Jingo here, I'll probably just grab either underdog or fearsome. His head armor is a little chunked. Let's just go ahead and grab fearsome. I think it'll be good for this specific fight. We do definitely want to grab underdog at some point soon. And a random thought I had too is, you know, I made these two bros both grab polearm mastery. I actually probably could have or should have had one of them become a cleaver bro. We didn't really leave ourselves room for one at all, which might have been nice, but you know, maybe Ixax could do it as his secondary weapon. Wouldn't be a terrible idea, actually. Probably want to use it instead of the winged mace anyway. We'll hold off on choosing a mastery until the very end, but or maybe not at all. Maybe not at all. Okay, so that army is running towards us, so let's look at managing the bros equipment. So even at 66% durability, Ragged Edge's armor here is still better than alternatives. Kind of feel the same about this leather lamlar because of the attachment. Feel similarly about this stitched nomad armor because of the attachment. Let's swap these two helmets between Lord Jingo and Zenithop 4. We'll let Lord Jingo get surrounded, but at this part of the formation, but with a helmet that's in better shape. Where's the stun Mason Shield bro? He's just chilling. He's chilling over here. Kind of let him get superseded. You think the regular helmet looks better on Jingo anyway? Probably true. Oh yeah, so we used some consumables. So make sure we have a smoke pot. And we could probably grab a fire pot. Fire pot could be a good option for this fight. You never found one-handed swords useful in vanilla after day 10 or 15 or so? Well, try using them. They're pretty good. The damage is really good. Raw numbers. And after Duelist, the numbers look pretty good for even against reasonably armored enemies, at least when you're sort of looking at them with alongside other Duelists. And the accuracy is beautiful. They perform super well against a lot of enemies. Alright, I think this is probably good enough. Still got this cut arm on Xerxes. He'd be nice to have in this fight. Is he still worth it at 68 range skill? Nah, it's fine. It's not that scary of a noble army anyway, so there's no reason for me to really be too terribly concerned. So let's see, the Arbalesters. Let's move forward and shield wall on these two. We'll follow it up with the banner right behind them. Let the kite shields absorb those attacks. Okay. And what was their hit chance? I'm curious. It should be really low. Yeah, 5. Okay. Good. Also, Bloaxor, I like how you're calling them farming swords instead of arming swords. I don't know if that was a typo or intentional, but it's excellent. So let's see. Let's run one more bro up to the top side. Almost all uses of your idiosyncratic language usage is surgically intentional. Oh, I'm like the opposite. I make accidental puns and I'm like, oh wow, that was fun. What's the armor that the sergeant is wearing? You know, once they put the tabard over it, I often don't recognize it. I'm not 100% sure. It looks like it's heavier, which actually is to his detriment, because with Nimble, he's going to take more hit point damage. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Goes hand in hand with your absurd reaction time. Is it absurdly high or absurdly low? Okay, so we could move the Zoning Bro forward 1 and attack there with only 1 hex of vulnerability. I don't think we need to, though. It's the footman armor? Okay. Kind of looks like it, yeah. You have several captures of you reacting within 75 milliseconds of something happening in silly game footage. That's pretty fast. Okay. Dagger him down so we learn something. Daggering down a sergeant with a noble, or an arming sword, I guess. Sounds painful. I'll pass. Daggering down for corpse knowledge sounds more like an anatomist thing. Indeed. And the anatomist run is over. I had a lot of fun with the anatomist's run though. That was a good one. Hey, don't shoot him. He's got a kite shield on. That's cheating. Or Pavis or whatever. Oof. Alright. So, what were their hit chances there? Because they should be still pretty low. Chance 21, chance 28, chance 15. Yeah, they chunked him though. So we're going to have to somehow help out Ragged Edge 82. Exactly how, TBD. He might just be able to push and then run back. So, not anymore though. Where's our rotator? Down at the bottom. We got a smoke pot though. Probably just use a smoke pot actually right now. He's still got a little bit of time, but he's also got a couple, at least one billman who can attack him. So I'll probably just smoke pot him now. The Anatomist run was a combination of only Chads and the dumbasses tank. Yes. The dream, in other words. Alright, do I push Schrodinger forward? I kind of want to move him out of this hex so Master Maticus can do a nice reap. So we'll just go to there. I guess I can do a stab, a parting shot as I leave. Yoink. Crackalack, because of the smoke cloud, it can move forward. And I think let's do that. That's right. Now, Davkul's not coming. Davkul is already here. Davkul merely awaits. In this metaphor, it is the reader for whom Davkul was a coming event? Ah, okay, okay. Fair enough. This fight has gone relatively poorly. Still fine, but I expected this to be a bit of just like a smash. It's been less of a smash and more of like an actual fight. With the level 8 and 9 bros, you can see that. Yeah, I still thought it would be a bit more. Let's see, I bet this dog will try to run all the way over there. Can never predict. Never know what the dogs are gonna do. Caca! But yeah, I suppose with the lower levels. And not super high bro quality. I mean, we've got pretty good bros, but... Okay. We'll press the skip turn button there, I guess. You getting your ass beat? Not too bad. 80 hit points. A little bit. A lot of the bros are. So. Pikes just keep out of the range of the spears, yeah. Very close. That dog down too fast. Dang it. Gotta stop doing it. If you put a dog down too fast after getting a kill, you can... it like doesn't let them register their turn. All you have to do is just move with less APM. They apparently didn't playtest this game with old StarCraft players. Alright. So we'll have to make sure to re-equip our consumables that we made use of. Assuming we have replacements for the smoke pot. I hope we do. I think we should. Okay. Pretty nice little fight. Unfortunately, low on room for the noble gear. So, since we don't have auto loot on, there's going to be some stuff we're just going to leave behind, and that's fine. We can just leave behind some of the less expensive stuff. This game really suffers in the loadout management department compared to something like OpenXCom. Having never played OpenXCom, I'm curious, in what way? Yeah, swords are totally viable, Crackalack. Ain't nothing wrong with swords. You can save loadouts and load them onto Naked Brothers. Ah, okay, interesting. Quelmez! Glad you're enjoying watching on YouTube. Glad you're here to catch us live. And if you use consumables, they're replenished. Nice. Gotcha. We do indeed have backups, so that's nice. And actually, I suppose the Ixax, we could start with a consumable in his offhand, and that probably wouldn't be a terrible idea. Either a flash pot or a net. If someone gets into melee range with him, probably net. Probably the most all-purpose. To work out or not work out, you took a nap and feel like you were in a coma. Now you don't know if you should work out. Well, I've heard rumors that you've got an exercise bike set up that can still be watching streams, so. And by rumors, I mean you shared a picture. All right. Should we give our spear and hammer bro a morning star until he gets a warhammer? We could. We could. I think the morning star, though, without mastery, is so much fatigue to do the stun, and only being able to rely on it 75% of the time, I think is gonna makes me a little reluctant. In any case, we would use the winged mace before the morning star. Same idea though. It's just, you know, we'll get Deep Space Cowboy re-equipped in case we pull him back out. Okay, so Ixax. I say rando dude lurking in chat. Actually, my genuine advice is something I've started trying to do more recently is just stretching. So if I don't feel like working out or doing any sort of, you know, intensity work on my muscles, people don't stretch enough. Stretching is actually super important and very good for you. It's an idea. Just do some deep stretches of all the major muscle groups that maybe you neglect. How far till our next retinue person? That is a good question. 3350, a long way. Your contortionist is forced to stretch all the time? Oh my. Okay, so Ixax here. What perks are we gonna get him to complete the build? So we only have 3 more. Your dog stretches every time she gets off the couch. Yeah, so do mine, and it's so cute. It's so cute. You play ice hockey goalie, you used to be able to do all the splits. Okay, you're probably good then. Are those the most common retinue? What would you do to change the retinue meta? I think they're pretty common. What would I do to change the retinue meta? Oh boy, I think I would overhaul a couple of them and just totally improve a whole bunch. I actually think the cook, if it weren't bugged, which there are mods that can fix it, and I encourage you to download them and use them. I actually think the cook, if fixed, is fine. Maybe even kind of good to pick up early, especially at the price. Alchemist, I think actually is kind of cool as is, as far as the 25% chance of not using consumables. I think his design in that regard is fine. I think the snake oils are kind of stupid though. I would just get rid of those. I don't know. I understand what they were trying to go for, but it's just too much work and not profitable enough. Brigand I think is fine as is. Cartographer. I don't know. It'd be nice if it had some interaction with being able to find legendary locations. Negotiator, I think is fine as is, but I wish it would do the relationship repairing faster. Recruiter, I think is fine as is, despite what people might believe. The tryout function is actually super useful once you have him. I use it all the time. Paymaster, I think is fine as is. It's a super late game one, so I almost never use it. The trader, I almost think the trader could be like increased buy and sell price somehow. I don't know. Minstrel, I wish that the tavern rumors more likely containing useful information was kind of reworked to be named items more. Blacksmith, I think if they fix the bug, he's fine. He's a little weak, but I think he's fine. Quartermaster, actually I don't hate the quartermaster. I just never get him. Maybe if they also increased your cart size a little bit, that'd be fine. Drill sergeant I think is fine. Surgeon I think is fine. Agent, I don't know. It's okay for not everything to be useful. Deep Space Cowboy, hello, hello. Good day, how's it going? It's good. It's good. Retinue rework idea, they're cheaper but hired temporarily. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. It's more like you have to pay them wages. It's weird that they're a one-time thing, and then they just stick around forever. And then it also discourages you from changing them up. So, meh. Thanks for the insight. Yeah, I don't know. I think for the constraints of this run, I tend to use the same, like, 6 or 7 most runs. Lookout and Scout are probably both a little bit too good, but I think that's more that the others are a little weak. So, Ixax. Paymaster might be good for cultists because of the reduced chance of desertion. Nah, just keep your bros happy. So I think the final perks are going to be what? Pathfinder, Zerg Frenzy. Probably losing out on Fearsome from having taken fast adaptation. I think I don't grab bags. And we say when he runs out of ammo, fine, because he's got insane melee skill. Secondary stats are pretty terrible though. So this would be a good example of a bro that would maybe use a noble sword as previously mentioned. So let's see, probably won't get a melee weapon mastery then. I still want to pump up melee skill though. I think the bro is sufficiently... Well, are they sufficiently defensive? Not really. You're thinking of using fast adaptation on your range guys even if they're godlike? Yeah, I think that's totally fine. Fast adaptation is so good for any ranged bro. Yeah, let's still just grab melee skill. And I think on this level, I think I like Pathfinder. We're picking up Path on a lot of bros. I certainly don't want that bro to be left behind. The only bro without Path on the squad right now is the tank, who unfortunately isn't going to have room for it. But that's okay. We'll let those raiders on a hill, we'll let them continue to live their sad, pathetic lives. And let's see, we want to get somewhere where we can sell off all of the items that are kind of burning a hole in our pocket. So let's just head up to some of those big cities in the center of the map. Sonnenfels, I don't think we need to bother to even do anything here. We can look at the tavern rumors. There's overgrown strongholds some way northeast. Alright. And we can take a look at the contracts. I don't know that we'll actually do anything. We could do this. Take care of the abducted children, fight some Hexen. I don't really feel like waiting. I don't think we want to participate in the Holy War, especially on the side of the north, given we have an enemy in this faction right around all of the places we need to defend, so we're not going to do that either. Yeah, I think giving your ranged bros 9 lives and not Colossus is is often right. Okay, no cultist for hire. Tools are a little bit expensive, ammo's cheap. Alright, let's go up to Grunheim, and that's where we're going to sell stuff. And then maybe after that, we'll definitely always fight some undead, especially given our current ambition. This will be an opportunity for us to get the trinket. We'll go ahead and do our ka so that we can know what we're dealing with. Despite having the bounty hunter, unfortunately none of these fallen heroes, of which there are many, 6. Anyway, we didn't get any champions or champion necro, which is too bad. But it's looking like this is probably going to be a pretty standard looking necro fight, so we'll just chill here. Bounty hunter feels so placebo. I mean, it only increases the chance by 3%, 4%, something like that. Like per unit, right? So it's just still not terribly likely. Yeah, plus 4%, which is laughable. I mean, I don't know, it's a decent amount. It just... Thank God we're past the point of wanting to dagger down heroes, yeah. It'd be borderline unfeasible in this fight, it's pretty big. A lot of enemies. Yeah, I was gonna say, goblin camps with like 9 champions. That's definitely a thing. Alright, so let's get Vance Lightning with 101 melee skill. You love to see it. We'll get him down there to hold off those fallen heroes. I suppose I could have Crackalack just try to... so close. That's right, he'll just set him up for Lord Jingo to finish him off. Ka-chonk. Yeah, the nice thing about some of the commentary there about Bounty Hunter, one of the things that is really nice is a lot of champions do have weapons, and they're weapons of types that are nice to have. So that is definitely a good thing about the Bounty Hunter. One downside to Spear Mastery, when you have an enemy locked in melee, by the way, is this fallen hero, when he ran in, even though we repelled him, Vance Lightning still had to do, and failed, a resolve check, going from confident to steady. So, you know, that's the secret downside, I guess, to to spear mastery is you end up taking resolve checks from enemies trying to get in melee with you. Okay. Should I move Cracklack to here? We don't need to. We are going to have to be mindful of our spear durabilities in this fight. Certainly won't take long for the spears to get fully chunked. This one's already at 45. What's this one? 79. What's this one? 95. Yeah, that spear is not long for this world. If we keep at it the way we have been. No backup spear? No. We've just got the backup. We've got a dagger and a warhammer. Might be best to actually, instead of the dagger, since there's very few enemies we care about daggering down at this point. Oh, damn it. Damn it! I didn't think it would go all the way down. I thought it would get low and we'd have a chance to swap out one more time, because was that what, 45%? No. Ah! That sucks. Rip 4,500 gold. Yeah. We can afford it. Still annoying. Yeah, there are plenty of champion chosen and ancient honor guards for sure. It's a good type of camp to fight if you're looking for those kind of opportunities. The banner's just about always getting ganked. Yes. So the enemy has a multiplier. Most AI scripts do. For, I think it's like a kind of a grandparent one. In any case, there is definitely a factor for wanting to target the banner that is built into enemy behavior because of the fact that he has the Rally the Troops perk. No, I think Fallen Hero and Chosen camps don't really spawn that late. Especially Chosen. They're available pretty early on. Though yeah, Chosen's items can be a bit lacking. How's this spear doing? Doing okay. Barring Fames, what's my preferred secondary weapon on a spear, bro? I mean, it kind of depends. This particular variant, where I'm doing spear plus shield, it's pretty hard to beat the Warhammer. For other, I'll say more typical, or I don't know, one where I'm not using a spear, it kind of doesn't matter. Doesn't matter all that much anyway. Whoa! Oh, he didn't go to the closest enemy. The Zoning Bro got chonked in the head. The possessed fallen hero certainly did some damage. Should have put that dog down first, double. Oof. Hit again. Zoning Bro, let's see. Might have to do some sort of slight change in his tactics. Reposition him slightly or something. Or just make it so he's not surrounded. There we go. Okay, got the Necro fleeing, which is good. Alright, Necro is dead. Rude. Okay. Team got a little chunked there. There were definitely a few strong attacks that were made, that's for sure. But that's okay. So what injury is this? Split nose, -5 fatigue recovery per turn. I think just because of the hurt hit points, we're gonna pull the banner out for now. The zoning bro, might pull him out as well, just for now. Okay. So we got a level on Nexator. You love to see it. And we also love seeing this +4 in Resolve. That's the one thing that we really wanted to make sure he got pumped up, and we're given that opportunity, so that's great. It's kind of BS that when a weapon gets to 0, it disappears, but armor stays around. Yeah. Yeah. That is BS, speaking of. So what I really should do is make sure I have backup spears as being far more important than a backup dagger on my spear bros. At this point, although there are armors that I would still dagger down, it's really limited to like assassins and hedge knights, basically, or regular knights. So, I don't know. Backup spears are probably just more important. That's just the reality. Okay. So Nexator. Next perk we could grab that I think would be pretty good would be Underdog. Feels like that's a pretty good choice right now. Luckily this bro just has really solid stats, so you know, Underdog and Fortified Mind, these two are definitely like a given for this bro. And then the last level could be Fearsome. I don't know, could be a handful of things. Yeah, replace the daggers that they aren't really needed. Yeah, I mean, I think the Rondell dagger is still decent. But yeah, I just need to get another either boar spear or buy a fighting spear, and we'll get that equipped onto Ragged Edge 82. I love how your chattiest bro is a dumb, gluttonous nomad. Hell yeah. Is 100 hit points ideal? So I'm gonna give a sarcastic answer. Ideal is an infinite amount of hit points. Now, if you're asking for like what's sufficient, I mean, it varies so much depending on the bro's loadout and their position on the battlefield, what their function is, whether they have nimble or forged, what enemies you're fighting, what sort of attachments you have, to where I can't give a simple answer to that. But 100 hit points for a melee brother that's on the front line, whether they're nimble or forged, is a good amount. You'll always take more, right? But it's a good amount. All right, Ragged Edge 82. I might give him the Undead Trophy. Ideally, I would micromanage that a little bit. But one, it looks real swag on him. And two, I want to make sure that we've got that equipped when we're fighting undead fights where there are Geists, because the Spear Bros not lifting their spear is quite important, and he has the lowest resolve of them. So, yeah. Sorry for the half non-answer, Child of Now. It's just a hard one to kind of give a succinct answer to as asked. Pathetic Acrasia, hello, hello. Snarky sarcasm is factual. Well, I mean... "71 hit points makes you immune to 50% injuries from the dagger." It's a very specific cut, like, crossover to have memorized. Okay. So we could drive off brigands, blah blah blah, but we're probably not going to because we like this place having ambush trade routes. So let's see if we can get another cultist to improve the chance of cultist conversion events. There is not one. We're gonna fix up this injury, and I think that would give us the option for the surgeon. At some point we may want it, but for now, we're fine. Okay, so I think we're gonna do a mass sell-off here. And I don't think there's that much gear that we need to keep around for any reason. The whips are like a big maybe. They might be useful for when we come back to do the library, but I think it's fine to let them go for now. Probably don't need the shimmering ashes. The bros can eat with their hands. Okay, a decent amount of money. So let's see. Where to now? We had a contract to deliver something to Tonder. Might do that. I think we'll probably swing through the weaponsmiths to get a fresh fighting spear. And maybe the warhammer for Vance Lightning. It can also be an opportunity for us to get our last cultist. And some of the contracts for fighting beasts, if we see those, we might take them, because we would like to fight direwolves and unholds. We're also going to need to buy some more tools. So I think we'll go to some cities. We'll kind of make the loop on this road, and then we'll probably make another pass through the wilderness on the far left side of the map and fight big orc and goblin camps. Okay, Hammarstead. Follow tracks for arcane knowledge. Deliver cargo to Helfenstein. We could maybe go there. No cultist, so we're not even going to look at anyone else. That's a fun, specific flavor tavern rumor. I was fighting the Guilder followers at the Oracle and something loud went up near my ear. That's kind of fun. Surprise firearm reference. Okay, so there's a fighting spear and a warhammer for sale here. It's a mortar reference? Oh, shell-shocked or whatever? Alright, fair enough. So, let's go ahead and do this contract. It should be a pretty easy fight. The idea is just to make relations improve a tiny bit with that particular city, which I've got literally nothing on the books for. Just to get the items slightly cheaper. I don't know, maybe I just buy them and move on. It makes a pretty small difference. Let's just do that. Alright, back to fighting spear. So we're gonna have a fighting spear, a boar spear, and a warhammer on each bro. Lovely. Slurgy, do you plan to try to achieve profit this run, or it won't happen? Yeah, it's not gonna happen. We've already, unfortunately, gotten unlucky with the first couple sacrifice events such that it is impossible for us to get the profit anyway. So profit is already out. We could get up to 4 candles on a couple bros. 'Tis the downside. Okay. Tools here aren't a terrible price. We'll go ahead and buy them. Okay, so at this point, actually I can make another pass through the west side of the map then. So let's do that. Pigs could fly out of your ass too. I don't know, maybe they could. For all I know. Maybe that's possible. I get more than a 4 candle bro asking about bacon. Okay. Will do. Profit will be for you to personally discover. Good. I think that sounds like a nice target to try to hit. I have done cultist runs in the past before I started streaming, where I got the profit. It's a pretty cool ability. Okay, so we can put this leather neck guard on a piece of armor. Could just slap it on Sir Leberec's padded mail until we get a different option. Seems like a good idea to me. How many days did I play to get to the profit? It wasn't even that long. The last cultist run I did, which again was like a year ago now. I remember that I got lucky on my banner that gained a candle with every single sacrifice. And so it was definitely before day 200, I had a profit. Which I think is reasonably unlikely. It was one of my starting cultists. So. Okay. So, we do care about completing ambitions so that we can improve the mood of the company, you know, as they need to be improved because of all the sacrifices that we've done in the past and will do in the future. And so we are going to do one that is easy to complete like this. Discover 8 hidden locations. We're literally just about to go and explore hidden locations. So let's do just that. Yes! Yes! Good. Nexiator. We have the opportunity to convert him, to show him the darkness. And so, Nexiator is now no longer a nomad, but is a cultist. Who this man once was no longer matters. Yeah, Nexiator was the nomad. So, he was our dumb nomad. Lovely. Wonderful. Great. Change his name? True. He's a converted cultist. Yes. Davkul awaits. Let's see, so how many bros do we still need to convert? Crackalack's never gonna convert. Thinks he's too smart. That's okay, he might be right. We're always gonna have to manage Crackalack's mood until the very end. Hopefully that doesn't come to bite us. That would be very unfortunate. Ragged Edge 82, we're good. Vance Lightning, we still need to convert. Zenithot 4, Ixax, Xerxes, and the Zoning Bro. So we still have a few. You're too big brain? Yeah. You always thought it would just add a buff. Yeah, they could have done it that way, right? But they chose not to. I think it's kind of cool the way they chose to do it. Completely erases the bro's previous identity. A lot more need to be converted than I thought there were, yeah. It's an obnoxiously high number. No cultists for sale here. For sale. For hire? Whatever. For sale. So I think we need to be slightly mindful of our money here. I'm not going to pay for training. I am going to pay for a Saleh though. I think 10 days of wages is fine. The Saleh is just too good of a nimble piece of armor for us not to have. Increasing your head armor from 120 to 105 is just a huge, huge improvement. There's a bro named Tom Cruise that looked like for sale. I wish. I wish. We've already got our first Tom Cruise. Cultists for sale. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna make a trek out into the wilderness to the west side of the map. And so the fires of religious turmoil burn bright. We'll be able to work on our ambition, and we'll be able to hopefully get some sweet, sweet loot. Let's see. All right, hunt down unholds. I think this is a good contract for us to do. The unhold attachments remain very valuable to us, and so I think we're gonna do this. That's right, just stop by the nearest Cultists Are Us and pick up your choice of cultists that's read for you. We got red cultists, we got brown cultists, we got green cultists, we got yellow cultists. We've got cultists of every make and model. Ooh, Kill for God gains a fatigue, great. Need more bones, that's right. A little group of 5 unholds, no problem. Charge! Charge! Okay. So we're just gonna do a quick scoot and shoot. Just gonna back it up. With the exception of Crackalack, who's actually gonna stand like here? Around there. In Indom. If only we had a warbow for the scootin'. That would be nice. That would be nice. Aha, joke's on you. I'm indomitable. I'm gonna just hope that these unholds still charge forward. I think they might. It's kind of good enough. Okay, so. We're gonna see if we can scoot Crackalack up to here. Ideally we would swap his shield, but we can do that next. Next round. So we've got Crackalack locking 2 of them down. suppose Ixax is kind of... It's not great for him to have his net. Yeah, whatever. Nope, that wasn't worth. Okay. I was thinking if... Yeah, whatever. Just trying to take out that on-hold before you had a turn. Oh well. We'll get him next time. Okay, so let's swap shields to a heater shield and pop in Dom. Could maybe put a dog down, but I don't think I need to risk the dog. As long as Crackalax got the ability to lock these unholds down, we're gonna keep him right where he's at. Nets work like a charm here. Yeah, it was sort of an accidental benefit, really, but we'll take it. Okay, and we'll focus fire the bottom one, at least as much as we can. We'll press the blue skip turn button. That might even make Crackalack go before them. I guess no, because he's staggered. Went to look at his initiative and I did not expect negative 39 or whatever the hell that was. That wasn't what my brain was ready to see. Xenothought 4, you won't mind, right? Yeah, you didn't mind. Okay, pretty clean little fight. Did manage to get 2 giant skull and bones and 2 of the unhold hides. That'll be enough for us to craft another bone plating, as well as a few more war dog armors. If we get the opportunity to fight some lindworms later, we can also use the unhold hides as components in the lindworm scale cloak. Okay, so where are we on the map? Not to the very edge, but we're close. And Tonder does have a taxidermist, so at that location we'll be able to do something with these components. Tools are pretty cheap, food's cheap. Get just a little bit. How was ammo? Cheap. Alright, we'll make our way to Tonder, and then we're going to make another pass through the wilderness to the far corners of the map, looking for hidden treasures and goods. No need to chase little groups of briggies off the road. Okay. So first things first, we are going to, actually we do need to be a little bit mindful of how much money we spend on this stuff too. Just a little. Okay, so the bone plating, what do we want to put this on? Honestly, we could just put this straight onto this huge piece of chunk and forged gear, and I feel like that would immediately give it huge value. Bone plating the eco upgrade? Yeah, exactly. Yes, it really is. It's low-key an eco upgrade. That is accurate. Okay. And then, you know, heavy war dog armor. It's cheap to craft. We're probably gonna craft it. LOL at this tool's price. Highway robbery. Bone plating is inverse 9 lives. Yeah, kinda. That's a good way of putting it. And they're both good. Let's see, how much does this stuff sell for? Probably not, yeah, not great, because they've got all of this stuff going on. We could maybe see if we can take care of the disappearing villagers by doing this hunt down what terrorizes contract. We'd be pretty happy to fight dire wolves. Beautiful. Beautiful. Perfect. Ask and you shall receive. I'm so glad I clicked that checkbox for the streamer client where I can get the things that I articulate out loud just immediately in game. I'm so happy that Overhype put that out. Best update. Of course it was a secret update, not available to you, but for me it's great. That's right, these are fancy AI agents that are out there listening to us. That's exactly what's going on here. Fancy AI agents trained to recognize your wishes and desires. Yes, that is exactly what they are. I just want to see you happy. That's what they're whispering into my earpiece. So nice. So nice, so pure. I, for one, welcome our new AI overlords. Most of the dire wolves are now fleeing. Fake frames. I don't know what that means or what that refers to. Don't, Mr. Direwolf. Get back here. Definitely not letting any of these dire wolves run away, if we can at all help it. Excellent. If you don't know, that's a good thing. All right, I'll keep it that way then. Okay, and so, with the unusually large wolf pelts, we can do a couple different things. We can craft additional fur padding, which is a very, very, very nice forged forged armor attachment, and we can also craft the dire wolf pelt mantle. So our options are, with what we currently have, 3 additional fur paddings, or 1 additional fur padding, a dire wolf pelt mantle, and then honestly I could probably at that point make an unhold fur cloak as well. So, choices. Fur padding's the best attachment in the game. It's pretty good. It's definitely very, very, very good. I have to be a little bit mindful of what types of armors and bros I have and what I'm gonna have long term, because I have more nimble bros than I do forged bros. And at this point, I'm not really training up or recruiting new bros. I plan on keeping this squad of 14, basically, to the very end. There's maybe a few that we could train to level up, but our distribution of forged and nimble armors is pretty much already locked in. So we don't really need 3 AFPs with what we have right now. I agree that AFP is overall the best general purpose forged attachment. It kind of isn't for this squad because we have such huge amounts of hit points on our forged bros, but it's still good, right? So when viewed through that lens, I think I probably will actually do 1 direwolf pelt mantle, 1 additional fur padding, and 1, well, what's it even called? Fur cloak? Unhold fur cloak. And I think that's how I'll do it. So make 1 of these, 1 of these, 1 of these. Due to how armor-piercing damage interacts with armor, fur padding is actually unnecessary if you can just keep dazing the ones doing the damage. I don't know if that's still true against barbarians and other enemies with super high armor-penetrating damage weapons. Certainly, their hit point damage that they do to you will be very low. Since you making their damage 75% of what it was is actually going to save you more than just 25% of the hit point damage you would have taken. It's going to be substantially more than that. But still, AFP would still be good in those cases. Okay, so final perk here on Advanced Lightning. We're going to grab Hammer Mastery. We've got 3 of these builds that are 3 different variants of basically the same thing. And hopefully this is enough fatigue for him to function well. Losing 25% of base damage reduces the actual HP damage by something ridiculous like 60%, even in the case of those weapons. That's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if that number is right. Yeah. But you're not looking at weapons and armors for like what happens in the best case scenarios, right? Generally more important is what happens in the worst case scenarios. But yeah, if you have some way of dazing or reducing enemy damage, for sure. Something like Unhold for Cloak is going to be impossible to beat. Yeah, it's just a fun fact, for sure. Okay, so we could put the Unhold for Cloak on our banner. The banner still has Impatient. We do often send him forward behind our kite shields early in combat. So I don't mind this setup on Choppy Cat as far as armors go. The kettle hat and the cultist leather robe. So it would either be, yeah, I mean, I guess it'd probably just leave it like this. So I'll probably put the Unhold for Cloak here. I always like putting that on the banner anyway. It feels like the banner should look the swankiest. We can put a Direwolf Pelt Mantle on Sir Leberecht's Padded Mail. I think that will be excellent. Unfortunately, means we're going to lose this old attachment we put on there. That's fine. This is a premium attachment for this armor, and so we'll go ahead and put it on there. The Direwolf Pelt Mantle does the incredible job of lowering the enemy's resolve as the spear hits them that they're bouncing off of. So the Direwolf Pelt Mantle is perfect for a spear bro. We love it. You love to see it. So then this additional for padding I'll probably hang on to for now on the assumption that we'll get some sort of famed forged armor. I'm not going to put it on like a decayed coat of plates that we're planning on replacing anyway. Or even this heavy Lamlar armor. I'm going to go on the assumption that we'll get another forged armor, and that is almost certainly going to be true. All right, so Choppy Cat. What final perk do we want for Choppy Cat? The way I see it, there's kind of two reasonable choices, and it's pretty much limited to those two. It's either just gifted, or just polearm mastery, so he can move 2 hexes and still stab with his little stick. Indom. I don't hate Indom, actually. Yeah, move 2 hexes and still miss. I mean, that's not inaccurate. But we don't really need Indom. We're not going to put him in dangerous positions. And if he is, you know, if he does find himself in a dangerous position, let's use the smoke pot, right? I think I'm just going to take Polar Mastery. It's not very, none of these are super high value. Hey, a +4, you love to see it. So we'll go ahead and grab, I might grab just 4 fatigue, right? Sure. Bro has a broken knee. How is that less bad than a maimed foot? Oh, this is definitely less bad. A maimed foot is untenable. Being able to move more is so much more important. Broken knee ruined the plan that we had for this bro. You liked rotation? I think, like, on this bro, the fact that we've got bags and belts and quick hands means we can always have a smoke pot, so we don't really need to grab rotation. But yeah, the fact that, you know, this bro's original plan was going to be a range defense banner, anticipation banner, and then you got the broken knee, which sort of dismantled those plans. That sucks, but I'd still rather have the broken knee than a maimed foot, for sure. Okay, so let's make a journey out into the wilderness. It seems insane, but I might buy a tiny bit of food. Just a bit. Just drunkenly yapping, fair enough. So, we can carve through this little section. Seems like a good way of doing things. So we can head up north through here, carve through there, maybe revisit these Orc Sea of Tents that we bypassed last time because we were a little bit scuffed when we reached them. We also have Rulgazix, the Great Goblin City. That I don't think we even visited to kick off the... Did we? Did we come back there? I don't remember. Yeah, maimed foot is a liability if the company needs to reposition or retreat. Yeah, absolutely. Where do you find the item that fixes the permanent injuries? You'll find that in a forest tile. And I don't know what the other restrictions are for it, but it's kind of hard to do because being limited to forest tiles just sort of sucks. I have not visited? Okay, thank you, the Chaucer. Okay. We also have the Witch Hut here, which we might sweep through and do. We'll see. It's pretty easy for bros to get a little bit injured in the Witch Hut. But it will happen this run. We haven't done it yet this this series, and it would be a shame if we didn't. So we'll do it. Ooh, more direwolves. Come here, my pretties. Hell yeah. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna fight these direwolves. Be back in just one moment. All right, I am back. Let's take out some more direwolves. If it's enough pelts, we're close enough to that city, I might go back. We'll see. Hey, Grib. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Yes. Alright. No, that's the only downside to Fearsome on the Spear Bros is losing pelts that run away, you know? Boy, if the banner moves out of the way, this is like a weirdly perfect shot. That group at the bottom. It's too good. Good boy. Wildfireland sighting, indeed. We've been doing some good work with the Firelands, actually. None of you dire wolves. Go getting home here. You stay right here. I want your pelts. Good. Chase him down. Yes, good boy. Good boy. boy. Yes. Yes. Run him down. I don't think you're going to convince him to let you skin him alive. I don't know. Yeah. You look a little convinced, you know? Just a little. Yeah, direwolves are a nicely designed enemy. I agree. They bomb rush you? Oh, right, he can't flee because there was a unit in melee with him. Great. Yeah, none of that fight to the bitter end nonsense. It's a very fast kill or be killed kind of situation. Oh my. Oh, be still my heart. That is 3 direwolf pelt attachments. Okay. Let's just go craft those now. Can I get there before nighttime? Probably, right? Yeah, I should get there. So, yes, this is not normal. Someone check his PC. Well, I told you, I've checked the streamer checkbox. So I always get a, you know, the best RNG, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so now these, do I want to be more selective on? I'm at least gonna keep like one, at least one. It's such a minimal upgrade for like the leather lamellar over like something like this. It's just an additional 5 max fat that for the bros that aren't going to be engaging in melee, there's not that much reason to have it. So really that's kind of limited to like just a couple bros. So we only need that on a couple pieces of equipment. A couple pieces of gear. So I'm definitely going to use like one of them. Is it just the one? Yeah. Slurgy's .extra loot chance. Off the charts. Just joined, what are we talking about? Streamer luck. The real deal. Okay, very nice. So we'll go ahead and make our journey out into the wilderness now, for realsies this time. So we're gonna head over yonder way, and again, I think we'll carve through that little section of the map, and we'll see what we can find. We could, of course, potentially stop at one of these barbarian camps. Might be a nice way to start our journey. Why am I wearing leather armor with plus 20 attachments? What? Oh, because I just used it because it was handy. I threw the attachment on because it's what we had available. Nothing more complicated than that. Just using the resources that the game gave us. Wonderful. Lots of chosen, and among them, Hurik, the Defiler. Great. Then he shall be the one who is defiled. Isn't it strictly worse? No? Right? So this is 100, this is 95? Not sure I understand what you're saying, Aridin. Alright, we'll go ahead and do this fight. He's got a big old hammer. Now, the hammer has to, for this to be good, it kind of has to roll a good damage roll to be comparable to a two-handed hammer that you would get just like a regular non-barbarian two-handed hammer. So it's very unlikely that this is a good weapon. Still going to be a fun fight. So let them all move forward, and then we'll decide how we want to arrange the squad. Still gonna be a fun, oh yeah, Chosen are a fun fight. These fights are always good. They're a good time. So right now, so things I'm thinking big picture is how and where do we want our spear walls? So we could kind of leave them as is. We can of course adjust. We can get Crackalack up there, clogging some stuff up. So one thing we could do is get Crackalack like here. Then we could put Ragged Edge kind of butting up right up against him, right there. And so if we do that, we could take Vance Lightning and put him down 1 hex. I feel like that's probably the best way of doing it. We're okay with Crackalack getting cracked just a little. He's a strong boy. So Crackalack here, Ragged Edge 82 here. We're gonna leave Schrodinger right where he is. Lord Jingo's gonna tuck in here. Xenothot is gonna just attack and back up. I think that's probably how we'll do it. So we'll be protected on the bottom flank. Top flank should be good. And then we're gonna have Crackalack getting some melee contact to make their AI more aggressive. So we can either indom or shield wall. If this cleaver weren't here, well, now let's think about it. I think because of the bone plating attachment, let's start with shield wall. So Kill for God will give a good chunk in there. Xenothot 4, gonna give a chonkin. Choppy Cat, I could have throw a consumable. I don't hate that. No, I do hate it. I always think I can throw a fire pot on the snow. Don't. It's not good. Getting some fearsome procs. No morale failures yet. So then we're gonna tuck in these bros. I think Nixiator can actually go here. If a enemy wants to occupy this hex, is that fine? I think that's fine. Or we could just go here. Maybe that's better. Stop him from ever being able to run up into the gunner and jumping over. That's probably better. Just need to be careful with Master Maticus down here. Although there's not too many cleavers on their side, so. Big Spear would like to thank you for watching this. What are my thoughts on unconventional nimble armor setups? Depends on the setup. I've been known to do a few unconventional ones myself. Yeah, Bree regularly runs Brigfoot helmet, no shirt, monolith tank. Accurate. Okay, so given that they all finished their turn, mostly, I suppose this guy's probably just only for Indom, because I'd like to have Vance Lightning open up this Hex for Master Maticus and Kill for God to do 2 Reaps. It still makes a nice shape, even if he goes to there. Could just go here. Leave Vance Lightning where he is. That's probably smarter. I also like putting the Direwolf Pelt attachment up against that Chosen. Bonk. Let's see, how fast is XX? 39 now, pretty stamped out. It's probably still faster than these Chosen. I don't actually know Chosen initiative off the top of my head. Nomad Light Helm with 7 for 70 with -3 with a Nomad. A Noble Male with the Lindworm Cloak? That's definitely not going to be 41%. There's an error there somewhere. Bonk. So we still haven't chonked the bone plating, so let's go ahead and just shield wall. So I'm hoping Ixax is fast enough to be able to move here before these Chosen. I actually don't 100% know if that's true. And I could have Kill for God attack here, but considering he's dazed, breaking, whatever, I think he'll get finished off with the gun. Faster than Ixax. Okay. That's a miscalc. We're okay though. Let's see. We'll see if we can get this Chosen dead. Might be able to. Ixax is pretty good in melee anyway. It's the gunner that I want to make sure we protect. Could just swap to the knife and give 2 stabs here. That might be the best move here, actually. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, so we're going to focus fire down this particular Chosen. Aridin, I think that is also not 40%. Actually, wait, no, that one might be. That one might be. Lindworm is +3, right? 9 + 3 + 3? I don't know. I feel like at that point, there's kind of no point in doing that because you can just have named gear instead, right? Okay, we still have our thing, so we'll do that. Kill for God is who we're going to need to defend with the most, not urgency, but yeah, quicker to farm the map for famed items than it is to farm Lindworm scales. I'm inclined to agree. Let's get Master Maticus down here and Reap there. Okay, not too bad. We're probably at the point where we're done shooting, so I think I'll go ahead and swap to the throwing weapons. We need to make sure that Kill for God doesn't get attacked by any more than the single chosen that he's getting hit by. Lord Jingo can probably move forward and just hit this guy with his axe. He's still full health and everything. Let's just go down there. Nice. Fearsome. Pretty ding-dang good. How's the spear's durabilities doing? They should be kinda okay, right? 41, 58, 66. Yeah, so Rugged Edge 82 is the one whose spear is most beat up. We can actually save a little bit of durability, probably by going to here. Just in case. Good call. We do need to be managing that. And Crackalack, I suppose his tanking duties are done here. He may as well go here and just attack, contribute to surround. He may have underdog, but you can hit him. We do have a few bros with Backstabber though, so. Okay, we're not gonna ignite because, well, there's a bro on the other side. Polearm Mastery was handy there. Got to attack in melee without penalty. We do want to make sure that this champion doesn't get away, so we'll need to be a little bit mindful of that. So let's just go ahead and push Vance Lightning up. How exactly does Fearsome work? Fearsome increases the magnitude of the resolve check on the opponent based on your resolve, and it also makes it so that you can still do a resolve check even with less than 15 hit points of damage, which is normally a restriction. And the net result is that you end up with a bunch of super high resolve enemies like Barbarian Chosen fleeing the battlefield. Alright, if I go here, these for sure won't be able to escape, so let's do that. And once these die, I might... So the enemies will start running away once their numbers are less than 35% of their starting strength. So I think we're still okay with 6. I think they'll still charge into me. Is there a reason to not to take Fearsome on a bro? Yeah, I mean it's definitely not a perk for everyone. I think there's definitely a number of builds where it's not appropriate. Alright, let's get this champion. Yeah, it doesn't work against undead. Yeah, that's a good starting point. Because the undead never flee. Oh my god, he made it through all 3 attacks? No. I choose to disbelieve, sir. Get him, dog. Okay, now this could hurt. Nope, he just missed. Right. You want to see that glorious hammer damage roll? Me too. I have a feeling that it will disappoint. But we shall remain optimistic until proven otherwise. Ding, 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 ding. Money, money, money. Chosen are nothing if you got a good lineup of spear bros. We got hit twice that whole fight. And the hammer is... well, interesting. Huh. It got a big damage ignores armor roll. How would that compare to a normal hammer? The hammer is trash? I'm not convinced. Yeah, I mean, that's really a, like, comically high armor pen. Yeah, a little less fatigue. It's lighter. Not glorious? I don't know, it's not terrible. The normal hammer is like almost 50% better base damage. Yeah, I don't even, what is the normal hammer? It's probably one of my lesser used items. Let's see, 60 to 90. But you can't quite say 60 to 90. So 60 to 90 is deceiving. Because it's, yeah, Bloxer basically is giving the real damage ranges. Because there's the plus 20 from just doing the attack. Yeah, I suppose, I don't know. The 72% of damage ignores armor is certainly interesting. So if we chose like the average, we could kind of like ballpark something that's, I'll say closely approximates, where we can say 95. Okay, so the math will do 95 times 0.5 compared to 75 times, what was it? 0.72. And that should give us a pretty good ballpark for the armor ignoring damage. Now there's going to be other things that should influence our thoughts on this, but 75 times 0.72, which would be what the Tribal Crusher will put out, is 54 compared to a normal hammer, which should be 47.5. Now with the normal hammer, not this one, it's going to do far more damage to the armor before we even, you know, that's before we even do the armor ignoring part of the calculation. So we also have to consider that occasionally a normal two-handed hammer, it can be useful to use the AoE ability Where on this, that's very questionable. Am I aiming to clear mono by day 150 on this run too? Yeah, always. That's the whole point of the Winstreak series. And we are, I mean, the team could probably successfully do it here very soon, but we're gonna milk it and make it 100%. Why is there a plus 20? 'Cause it's stupid. Instead of adding damage to the weapon, there's just a plus 20 flat damage to the mace, or the two-handed mace, two-handed hammer, two-handed greatsword, two-handed flail gets its own thing where it also gains armor pen. There are things that they added to the abilities that they should have just put on the weapon. IMHO. So. Yeah, but the two-handed flail, like, two-handed flail gets an additional 10% armor pen as well. Because why they wouldn't just put that on the items tooltip, I don't know. Incorrect. Aridin is correct. It's only the main attack that gains plus 20 damage. Why? Yeah, that part is, I think, they could make that part of the game so much more intuitive. I think that the primary attack, the Q, this ability, the cudgel or cudgel or whatever for the two-handed mace, should reflect exactly what the item says, which should just be 95 to 115. The AoE, or secondary abilities in this case like Strike Down, should have a damage penalty. In this case, Strike Down does, but for a two-handed hammer, let's just equip the hammer. It should make it so this does the normal damage, and this gets a penalty. That matches every other video game so much more nicely. They should just make the AoE a penalty instead of making the primary gain bonus damage. That'd be so much cleaner and clearer. And then they could put it in the tooltip, like, does a little bit less damage, but you get an AoE attack. Anyway. Okay. Anyway, I think, given those numbers, the hammer is fine. We could use it, or we would use it, maybe, if we had a bro that could. We don't really have anyone set up to do that nicely. Yeah, it's not about matching, it's just about telling you how things work. Yeah, I wish it would just say it in the tooltip. Make the damage of the attack be the attack that you expect. Just a single target attack like it is for one-handed weapons, or, you know, yeah. It's gotta go on a sacrifice bro just for the wow factor in the inventory screen. Yeah, unfortunately we just don't have bros that are suitable. Now the interesting thing is, that's only kind of true. We do have, on our spear and hammer frontliners, who are set up for hammer plus shield, when they get stammed out, they could throw a shield on the ground and swap to one of these. Only really relevant against Ancient Dead, but it's like kinda there. We'll definitely hang on to it for the wow factor. And there may be uses for it. It's okay. It's pretty comparable to a regular two-handed hammer. I could run this through like Turtle 225's damage calculator, and I suspect that against Ancient Dead and probably some other enemies, this will come out barely ahead compared to a regular two-handed hammer, and I suspect it would come out behind against Orc Warriors and Orc Warlords. That's what I suspect, based on the numbers. But that's just kind of an educated guess. Still, it was a fun fight. All right, so Crackalack gets his final perk. If it's actually better for Monolith, that would be kind of cool for this run. Yeah. Like I said, we could give it to one of our spear and shield bros that are probably just going to ditch the spears. I don't even think I'm going to keep those around even for fighting Necrosavants, because I think the spear and hammer is going to be better suited on the front lines. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, we could totally use one of these hammers on one of those bros. So, Bright main tank. Extremely awkward. Extremely awkward. We just have to keep him happy. All right, we're gonna give him Lone Wolf. We love seeing that +4 in hit points. We love seeing the +4 in resolve. Great, those are exactly the stats that I would have liked to put on him. And so he's gonna be our main Monolith tank. Would be a shame if he had a Giga Chad bench warmer. It would. Let's see, and then this guy got injured, fractured ribs. Yeah, he can still function fine. Though, I should consider bros who are not yet cultists at some point will want to make sure they're participating in plenty of combats, because we do want to make sure that come day 97, which is 10 days from now, their mood is nice and high. You missed it, why are we going hammer spear? Partially it was driven by the fact that I think it's a fine build normally, and partially I'm doing it just because if I could get to the Davkul promotion that gives extra fatigue per turn, I think it's a really good build with extra fatigue. We didn't get there this run. We're not gonna, I mean, but I mean, I guess it's possible to still get to 3 candles on like Schrodinger, but that's it. What if you don't mind my asking, what do you do besides streaming for a living? I work in IT. How does playing Cultist change your build making approach? That specific time-stamped part of the video describes it. Okay, let's put the zoning bro back in. I want to make sure that all of our non-cultists that aren't yet converted have an opportunity to get happy. Hello, IT? Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? Yeah. No, I wrote a sort of major software tool several years ago in medical imaging, and sort of been, in some sense, riding the coattails of my previous achievement with slightly less demanding stuff that I've done later. I'll leave it at that. That's good enough. Cheese bread from Costco. Oh my god, is that what you just, is that an accidental copy paste? Oh my god, I hope so. Let's talk about cheese bread from Costco. Who's getting cheese bread from Costco? Man, Costco's got some good stuff though. Also, I didn't caca there because I was too focused on cheese bread. It sure is a copy paste error. Oh my god, I love that. You should have just committed and pretended like you wanted to start a cheese bread discussion. I agree. You should have. So these orc, you know, random orc camps, have pretty easy fights. I think especially with spears, but they're not too bad even if you don't. You just have to be careful not to let berserkers, you know, berserk. But they can have some sweet named items. Even though they're not good fights. Rude. Okay. You can't, right after I say the fight is easy, you can't just like slam my banner in the face, jerk. My AI assistant that has the game do what I ask it to must be broken. Banner got just a little bit screwed up there. Run them down. We hate these orcs. What's easier for you, 14 plus orc warriors or 14 plus chosen? I'd honestly probably rather fight 14 orc warriors. Or excuse me, 14 chosen. With this squad, I would rather fight 14 chosen. Definitely. 100%. Almost no one would give you that answer with the way they play the game. But for me, absolutely, the chosen would be way easier. You saw what just happened to 14 chosen, right? Or however many it was. Alright, so let's pull out the banner for now. We'll let him recover his hit points and his pierced cheek, and also his armor. We can, of course, swap his armor if we want to put him in after he's fully healed up. And I don't think we need these heavy rusty axes, right? I guess I didn't even look. I'm not still wielding any great axes, right? We've got this man splitter on the zoning bro, but actually I think that's fine. I think it works pretty well for this bro. Orc warriors in a high number of DPS and fearsome check. I mean, yeah. They are also, the thing is, orc warriors, because of their ability to do the line breaker and like push through, they can screw up your formation and really screw up your more vulnerable damage bros, like really easily, and Chosen just can't do that. So fighting Chosen is so much safer. Which, again, I don't know. I think most people, without a demonstration, they would scoff at that statement like I'm a crazy person, but you just saw it, and that's, you can watch so many fights in this Winstreak series to see the exact same thing. Yes, Eridan and I did see that video. I recall. It was nicely done. Alright, we're gonna chase these direwolves because we really like this attachment. Yeah, Chosen just crumble if you have good spear walls. 100%. Slurgy the Poacher? Yes, indeed. Gotta get me my pelts. Swag Bros can't activate unless we've got good pelts to put on our armor for maximal swag. It's very important. The true end game. surgery turning into fashion, bro. Absolutely. Can't be running around the battlefield looking like a chump. That'd be embarrassing, you know? If you're gonna be out there, you gotta be looking good. Caw! Okay, so that's where that one went. I suppose that frenzied one is probably just gonna get away, huh? I have to strongly consider whether I hit continue fight or not. I guess these are... Yeah, I think it's... Oh, whoa, whoa. Why would you... No, this guy. No. I was worried about the other one. That direwolf's gonna kill his dog. Dang it. Gotta do it for the nookie. I'm all about that cookie. Shove it in your... Yeah. What a stupid song. Especially for Black Monolith, you've got to make the skeletons scared. Yes. Can we save these little doggies' lives? We'll see. Make the Conqueror the Concrier. That's good. Alright, the Zoning Bro will be able to rotate to get in there. Who the hell quotes Limp Bizkit in 2025? Yeah. It's... I mean... That's fair. I mean, honestly, you could ask that same question, put in any year, and I think it's a valid question. They've been on tour? No. No. I think when I was younger, I remember thinking I would see like Starship. Is that just the name of the band? I don't know. There'd be like bands that I thought were really old. And it'd be like, they're on tour. And I'd be like, they're so old. What are they doing? Is it just for nostalgia? And then I realized not too long ago that it was. And now that marketing is targeted at me. Now, I have no interest in seeing Limp Bizkit, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't see artists perform that I enjoyed from like high school and college, that definitely my desire to see them is rooted in nostalgia. Would you be interested in seeing Hard Biscuit? Oh man, there should be a Limp Bizkit like cover band that calls themselves Hardtack. That'd be so good. All right, plethora of ancient legionaries. Should be a pretty easy fight. We'll go ahead and swap our throwing weapons. Half Chub Biscuit. Chub Scout Biscuit. quarter chub biscuit. So many ways you could do it. Oh yeah, Dookie was definitely Green Day's best album, IMHO. Or, well, I agree that they fell off afterwards. I guess I'm not committed to Dookie being their best album. Caca! Why are axes better than javelins against the undead? Like, thematically? I don't know. In-game, they just are. You didn't say it was... Yeah, I realized. But I interpreted that as that was their best in my head, and then doubted it. The bird is too useful? The caca is useful. There are definitely fights where it shines. Yeah, pointy weapons just go in between the bones. I think that's basically all the explanation you really need. Anything that you could consider slashing or blunt in most games is going to be fine against a skeleton. If it would be considered piercing, that's no good. See, this track's a banger. This one's underrated. Good boy. Gron. That's a good dog. Incredible that Halloween is still going. These silly skeletons playing dress up. Silly metal band. I've never even heard of that band. But I'm not a metalhead. I don't know too much about metal, just generally. Except that when I worked at a guitar store, the metalheads were often like the nicest, most gentle people. I would describe them as gentle most of the time. Very fascinating. Usually soft-spoken, just like very respectful when they wanted to try out some guitars or whatever. Because we were a Mesa Boogie dealer. So there'd be like a handful of people to be looking for that very specific, you know, brand, for those that aren't aware. So, you know, it's one, and a lot of times to try out those solid state or tube amps or whatever, to get the nice sound out of them that they wanted, they would crank the volume super high, which if they were gonna leave the store with one, obviously I was gonna let them do it. And they'd be so nice and kind and gentle, and then that's kind of wild. Heavy metal gives an outlet for negative emotions? Yeah, seemingly so. I don't know. Not my jam, but... All right. 2 shinies. And 2 types of shiny that no matter what they are, we're happy. Let's see how happy we are. Oh God, Jesus, holy shit. This is insane. That is a great piece of armor. That is a great piece of armor. Damn, the rugged night cloak? Hell yeah, that's incredible. This is like, be still my heart. Yeah, that's some great nimble armor. This is insane. Imagine if it wasn't rugged, just the night cloak. All right, let's take a look at what I believe is a long axe. Okay. Is it exciting? No. Is it good? It's a long axe. We actually kind of need a long axe for our axe fatigue neutrals anyway. And so additional chance to hit head is generally good. And weapon skills build up less fatigue. I mean, it's only -1. We'll take it. Okay, we can immediately make use of the rugged night cloak. Fighter of the day cloak. And same deal with this long axe. So we're going to put that there. The pole hammer. Also might be interesting. Also, what am I doing with this item in Master Maticus's? One moment. Shrink. Make a hammer, bro. I mean, the run is at a point where I'm not training up new bros. Why worry about armor? I mean, just don't get hit. Fair. I think I probably made a mistake in giving both of these guys Polar Mastery. I guess I... Well, whatever. Exclamation mark seed. We don't have that command. I can press the escape button and show you the seed though if you want. But yeah, good night, Black Fire. Have a good evening. Yeah, we can just leave the pole hammer. That's fine. Okay. All right, so let's move our throwing weapons back. Okay. And then we can equip this rugged night cloak. And we'll put it on... You shall also attempt to go pass out. Good luck to you, Bloaxar. I believe in you. We can put this on like Vance Lightning. We can give him a new hat then too, huh? We could give him a flat top helmet, a marginal upgrade over the Saleh, eventually, to pair with this rugged night cloak, we can hopefully get a Zweihander helmet. That would be the dream. So Crackalack can get a helmet upgrade, which actually I think is kind of overdue. Is the Ram Mace not better? So the Ram Mace is a hammer. You're talking about this guy? I mean, we could put actually. So what we could do, I do think the status effect could be useful. On Master Maticus, we could give him the Tribal Crusher, and actually I think that would be pretty okay. So then I want to equip this leather lamellar armor on someone. I guess we can move that over to the zoning bro. Equip like this. Oh yeah, what am I? Yeah, okay, flat top helmet, flat top helmet. All right, I think I've got the team equipped how I want them. In the reach, hammer, and let's say you have a 2 yeah, so this hammer that we found is only okay. I mean, it's fine. It's comparing it to a regular two-handed hammer. Like I said, there's enemies it will perform better against and enemies it'll perform worse against. I think I'd have to run it through like a calculator or simulation. And even that is just like in isolation. When paired with other weapons, a regular two-handed hammer is going to be better because it's going to strip more armor. But this will do better against Ancient Dead specifically, I think. Just a guess. So, I mean, could I give a bro hammer mastery and let them use this? Yeah. 72 ignore is pretty insane. Yeah, it is. It is. It's just it's just like the barbarian hammer's damage is so low compared to a regular two-handed hammer. Is it still possible to name a bro? Not in this run, but potentially next run. Unless you want a sacrificial victim, we can still take one more bro that is destined to only meet Davkul. Did it at least roll shield damage? No, it rolled, where is it? Did I put it? Yeah. It rolled damage ignores armor and minus maximum fatigue. There is no god. Only one true god, and that's Davkul. All right, Xerxes has reached his final level up, and I think on this bro, I'm going to grab Berserk. He's got gobs and gobs, oodles of fatigue. And we managed to get to 97 hit points without Colossus, which is funny. That's funny to me. It let us save a perk though. It let us assign a perk into fast adaptation. So that's kind of nice. All right, the team. Let's see, did I swap these back? I did. And then, okay. The team marches on. Just farmhand things? Yeah. You know, your normal farmhand gunner thrower. Totally normal build for a totally normal bro and a totally normal player who does totally normal builds. So, it all just kind of makes sense. The world is healing. Well, Needle Grove, disappointing. 4 unholds. We don't need to go out of our way for them. We've still got a couple armor attachments that are kind of destined for famed items we find. And we'll be able to make more. I think we're okay not chasing those into areas we've already explored. We can run down to some of those big orc camps that we didn't fight previously. We'll wave at Monolith as we pass by. Why would we just lose some dried fruits? Covered in mold. Disaster. Perhaps it was the blight radiating from the black monolith that decayed and destroyed our foodstuffs. We can only imagine. You love a challenge, you always try suboptimal things in campaign-style games. I would say that doesn't quite map to my approach. My idea is, it's kind of like, I can't recall which is which, but in the Magic the Gathering world, they've got words for like a Spike versus a Timmy versus a Johnny and whatever. Anyway, my personality is the mix of the Spike with the one who wants to make something quirky, but wants to make it quirky in a competitive setting, or like a try-hard type setting. So that's kind of how I like to approach these types of games. Obviously in games like, you know, StarCraft or something like that, I just try to win. I don't care how I do it, as long as it's like legal and whatever. All right, we'll take this fight here. Jimmy, you try to build a better mousetrap? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that's the Jimmy. I can never remember which is which. I just know that, you know, having read about the idea of it, I really like it. I feel like it's a actually pretty accurate representation of gamers. Alright, so the orcs are trapped in their little holes. They're so angry. They're so angry. Why are they so mad? Caw! Now, why would you shield wall after you try to go forward? You dummy. What's my preferred way to build a non-Catal duelist? Any noteworthy perks that stand out and deserving a mention? Not that... None that you wouldn't expect, I guess. I don't think. I feel like all of the perks that I would pick are probably pretty established. Flail Duelist, yeah, that's pretty... That's a legit archetype, which, yeah, then you'd want to give Headhunter. Kind of just for fatigue savings, sort of. But that's still totally legit. I feel like I've made so many special snowflake bros over the course of this Winstreak series, and very few actually have been duelists. The special snowflakes, that is. Yeah, spear duelists, those are awesome. But I guess for me that's a normal build. Maybe for other people it's not. But yeah, spear duelists are awesome. Usually you want to give them a second mastery to go alongside the spear walling, but it's definitely strong. Very flexible bro. Does Duelist work with a shield? No. As soon as you've got a shield on, Duelist is no longer effective. Okay. That is a very good pole hammer. Okay, game. I see your games. Ah. Battle Brothers is trying to communicate with me. It's got a dumb name though, the Northern Smasher. Sounds like a really bad dance move or something. Slurgy's clowning on the difficult origins. I always knew the basic start was harder than it let on. Actually, that's true. The basic start is harder than it lets on. And once you get like established in a campaign, I don't know. They all start to, I mean, obviously some with some notable exceptions like anatomists. You know, once you establish your company, you kind of make a gameplay style that's more based on the builds you chose, that the company origin doesn't matter as much. So. I could still do... I feel like this pole hammer is pretty good. It's nice to be able to do that kind of damage ignores armor at range. This is about as good as any reach weapon is ever going to get. It would be stupid to not use this. And that same bro could use this, and I think that would be great. You consider running crippling strikes on the hammer? I wouldn't. I'm just gonna have to waste the polearm mastery due to RNG. I mean, it's not totally wasted. But I think I am gonna give these hammers to one of these forge damage bros. And I suppose, who's the better of the two between Zenithot 4 and Kill for God? Probably doesn't matter much. Zenithot wants to be in melee more. They both do. I don't know. I think it's kind of a wash. I'm kind of just making bad builds a little bit. That's okay. I think I don't even have to grab Hammer Mastery, actually, is the thing. I could just have these. They're just tools. Yeah. Whatever. Alright, Master Maticus here. Converted Cultist. Let's see. Our stats are going to depend on the perk we choose here. I think to pair with our hammers on the front lines and spears. So when spears are zoning, we like using polearms. And when the hammers are stripping armor, we like using the polearms. So I feel pretty good about this build for this company. And we've got a ton of fatigue. I think we'll just grab Berserk. And I think that'll be this build complete. So let's just grab more offensive stats, and we will avoid getting locked into melee with Master Maticus too frequently. Okay, let's head down to these Orc Sea of Tents camps. Maybe we'll take a quick scout over in this area and see if there's any fights we want to take there first, but then we're going to go to the Orc Sea of Tents. And there's 2 of them, so they should be pretty good fights. Keep in mind that the last sacrifice to Davkul was on day 76. So come day 97, we're gonna need to be mindful of our situation. 23 dire wolves? Okay. No third-party fights, so we'll let them fight it out. Can I possibly make it to this camp before night? No. Probably not. So, I have a feeling these direwolves are just going to win this fight. So after they fight it out, I'll just go grab the, you know, the direwolf pelts off of the survivors. Davkul's thirst shall be placated with fresh blood. Indeed. Alright. We have found so many direwolves here. a very strangely high concentration of direwolves this past, like, several days in game time. What perk did I pick? On which bro? Oh, Berserk for Master Magicus. You fucking like bunnies? Yeah, apparently. Caca! Kachok. Get long axed. Direwolf Crisis would be cool. I think it would be cool if they had a Beast Crisis generally. It doesn't have to be limited to direwolves. I feel like they could do like a Beast Crisis. I don't know. Might be a little limited in what they could do with it. But I don't know. Druid Invasion? Yeah. Something like that. They'd have to have humans involved somehow. As like the, I don't know. Somehow humans causing it, or you know, whatever. Hexen Crisis? Oh god. Yeah, that would have to be it, right? That's cursed. That is cursed. So how is your avatar on the world map different from yours? Doesn't a cultist origin give you a dude with a bag on his head as the world? Your avatar changes as you gain renown, and I think the game even tells you, like, your view on the world map has changed or something like that. So yours will also change eventually to look like the one I got. Hoping none of these are able to run away successfully. Good. You've got a dumb question. You heard someone say to leave camps alone to allow them to spawn patrols and farm and let the camp level up. Is this the case, or just camp bust? There's a lot of like really weird advice that's given out as though it's helping people min-max, and I think just confuses them. That one's probably one of the biggest culprits. The other one is don't attack camps near cities if there's a contract, because they could have named items. Like, just go kill the camp as part of the contract and get the extra payout. It's fine. That piece of advice in particular is one that kind of irks me. Unless there is a rumor about a specific named item at a specific camp, then yeah, don't accept a contract to overwrite the camp rewards. But, yeah, the chance to get a famed item close to town is low. Exactly. Run them down. Let's get these hides, these pelts. If you recall correctly, yeah, camps, yeah, so, I mean loosely. Factions have faction actions, and one of the things that they can do is create new camps. They can also spawn patrols, blah blah blah. And so like each thing you would think of as a faction in game has faction points, faction actions. Like it's not a area of the code I've delved into too deeply, but loosely that's kind of how it works. So yeah, you can go out busting camps, and that will cause the faction to create replacements. All right, we have like a bajillion direwolf. Our team is gonna look like we dagger down some brigand raiders dressed up as direwolves. Okay. Everyone's gonna get a direwolf pelt attachment at this rate. And I'm for it. So, I'm not gonna fight this orc camp at night. There's no point in doing that. I suppose we'll just wait for daytime. We'll be the biggie wolves, the briggy wolves soon enough. Yeah, I mean, we practically already are. We're very close. It's kind of what we already look like. Doesn't look like too bad of a camp. So we'll go ahead and chill nearby. And we'll just wait for daytime. Excellent. So, considering we're gonna do another one straight away, right away afterwards, is there anything I wanna do? I was also thinking, I wonder if I want to do something like this. I realize that's not like exactly even melee and reach weapon kind of distribution, but I feel like it still kind of works. It's anti-armor, anti-hit points. Anti-armor, anti-hit points. You just had a big briggy wolf fight in a run recently. Got 7 armors with attachments from that fight. Hell yeah. That feels so, especially if it happens somewhat early in a run. Damn, that feels so good. Feels so good. Okay. And Lord Jingo isn't actually even all that strong, but he's... Alright, we need to make sure everyone's got a backup boar spear, and they do. We got a smoke pot on this guy, we got a smoke pot on this guy. So let's put them slightly staggered. We'll put Ixax in the center. He can kind of move where we need him. Excellent. This will be a good fight. So we may as well use one of these direwolf pelt mantles on something, since I kind of just feel like we're gonna end up with more than we need. We may as well put them on some of the armors that otherwise we might not have considered. Could put one on like this, for instance. Let's do... Oh, wait. I'm doing this like I have another one ready and I don't. Never mind. Okay. And actually, then I do want these. Whoops, awkward. Okay. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then, oh, actually, no, before I do, I'm gonna go ahead and use a potion of knowledge on someone. Who is the lowest level that I wanna have level up? 9? Level 9? 9! Looks like it's Nixator. Oh, and he's dumb, too. Let's give the dumb guy the potion of knowledge. Who knows what'll happen. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be back in 1 second, then we'll fight a Orc Sea of Tens camp. Okay, I am back. And I just was reminded by my dungeon master that I am playing Dungeons and Dragons tonight and that we will be meeting at 8, which is 6 minutes ago. So I am not going to do this fight right now. This was how I'm gonna start the next stream. So I am going to hightail it out of here to go from one very nerdy activity to another one because I did a big whoops. So we'll have a nice fun fight next time. Bad manners? Yes, sorry about that. I didn't mean to keep you hanging. So I'm gonna raid the cesspool of the internet because I don't know. That just seems like fun. Oh, can I not? Does the game not, does it not let me? Okay, there it is. All right, so I will talk to all y'all later. Have yourselves a wonderful day or night, wherever it is where you are in the world. Ta-ta.